I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Mossy Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Mossy Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with cuz. But niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro.
Oh, God, bro.
Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. You know what I mean? Put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even be. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, my it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother over here. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that? If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over there, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's how it's going. I love to tell Sutek, tell him. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. Make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You heard it right here. He ain't ducking no favors, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga around me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me?
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
Y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find your own genealogy. Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top Abo leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karemio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Caught an Abos slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
I think oftentimes when people hear me and see me, they think that I'm a fool. They think that somehow or another I've lost my mind, that I'm not down with the in crowd. They've said that nobody would love me and that I'm an outcast. But let me say this here now. We can be clear about anything. Please let me be clear about this. And I pray that it's received and understood. I don't want to be one of you. I don't want to be one of you weak men, weak people.
For my brother,
I'd rather die. Death is welcome rather than to call myself you spineless black men.
Side high, I ain't your traditional. Rapper smoking medicinal, stayed in detention. Life is all about principles, cynical ass niggas. Sorry that I offended you. I bring something different while niggas sounding identical. I'd rather drown in a swimming pool than to let you imbeciles stop me from topping my pinnacle. Try me blocked by the genitals. Trust me, it's not intentional. It's the difference between a gangster and a criminal. Cause real gangsters can't do Breakfast Club interviews. A lot of you niggas don't own a business suit. A slave for every pair of Michael Jordan tennis shoe. But anywho, got your bitch walking around like she's winning pool with no bottoms on, just the top of her swimming suit. What you gon' say when the niggas gon' try to get at you? Them in what army, or you just talking in general? Cause in the end, we all gon' die like them criminals, nigga. These niggas weak. I'm fucking up. These niggas weak. These niggas weak. I'm fucking up. These niggas weak.
I look at the sorry state of black men in America today, the destruction of the family, the loss of integrity. When as a young boy, black shot down every day for years without stopping, when I look at what we are as black people, I'd rather be dead than to continue to live against such.
Y'all ain't trying to start a revolution. Y'all looking for a restitution. Niggas kill each other every day and ain't no evolution. My partner shot 100 niggas and it was never proven. We just label him a gangster and kept it moving. Let me give you the same outcome, separate shooting. A white man kill a black, we holler prostitution. So instead of looting, it's time to find some better schooling. You can act like y'all don't understand when I'm elocuting. Did I stutter? I was never Ruben. Y'all ain't no Black Panthers. You wasn't there with Newton. You ain't Martin Martin. Try to better humans instead of all these rappers. We need some better students. It's time to rebuild the neighborhoods that we helped to ruin and the NAACP. Y'all need some help recruiting. Fuck a resolution. Let's get some retribution. I feel like Malcolm X when he left the movement. These niggas weak. I'm fucking up. These niggas weak. These niggas weak. I'm fucking up. These niggas weak. Yeah. Y'all know what it is. Yeah, I said it, nigga. All you niggas laying up with these bitches with no condoms and shit. Having mistake babies and shit, leaving these women to motherfucking raise your kids by their motherfucking self. Yeah, my nigga, I said it. You don't like what's going on in the motherfucking America? Leave this motherfucker. When they said we were free, my nigga, that means we were free to go back where the fuck we came from, my nigga. Yeah, a whole motherfucking continent that belong to us, nigga. It's called Africa, motherfucker. The fuck is y'all talking about? Y'all ain't trying to start no revolution. Y'all motherfuckers spent 10 bands on the motherfucking section in the motherfucking club. 10 bands to build a whole motherfucking neighborhood in Nigeria, nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
Peace to everybody out there. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. I got an impactful show for tonight. I'm gonna get straight into it. You know what I mean? I don't want to kind of deal with what everybody else got going on out there. I want to deal with what I want to deal with. So we're gonna get it how we're gonna get it. I don't know who else is live, so shout out to everybody else that's live. Nah, I ain't on nobody else time, Juju but my own, you feel me? But no, I am people that are interested in this particular subject matter, you know, you might be interested in another subject matter somewhere else, you feel me? And to be honest with you, you know, in all fairness, Juju, I don't tap into one of the people that you actually name. You feel me? So I can't really say too much. I just say that, you know, shout out to everybody that's live, trying to educate, inform, enlighten, and build. You know what I mean? So allow, you know, everybody the proper respect. So for those of you who are not catching the live, that may catch the replay, if you're interested in the information, this is going to be impactful. So in the description of the video, I left a host of sources that we're going to get into today, as well as the people that are tuned in and watching this particular show. If you're watching this show right now, I left you a treat. If you're interested, in the description of the video. That means anyone that's catching the live or even the replay, okay? If you're catching the live or even the replay, there are 3 books and a nice article about Mississippi in the description of this particular video. I leave you, yes, 3 books, okay? We talking about North America, so I left you 3 books. So for those of you that are tapped in right now, you're welcome. You might not even say thank you, but you're welcome. All right. So I wanna set the agenda, and I want to talk about the evidence we have, science, versus the evidence that we don't have, that doesn't exist from the Abos. Right, and he did just shout out. So. What you talking about? I ain't even talking about I don't watch Q Butter show. If you must know. Nothing against Q Butter, I just don't. Watch the show. And I don't support anything Sarnetta, but I appreciate, you know what I mean, Brother Unc shout me out and yada yada yada. I know they're talking whatever they were talking. I heard the clip. So appreciate you, Denise, for clipping the clip and sending it to who you sent it to. I got it. It was received. All right, so peace out to Dash. You're welcome for the information. Hopefully you'll find it useful. And okay. Well then talk how you talk then. And then you know, just utilize this information, man, with care. Make sure you digest it and understand where it's coming from, so that you can put yourself in position to make an honest conclusion based on real information. So again, all my descriptive videos are impactful and have information in there. Now the show from last night has presently a block on it from, I believe, that little kids video that I played. So I guess after they review it or give me permission or whatever, they'll unblock it and the video will restore or return. So if it don't, it don't. It's not a strike. It's just the content was up there. So it is what it is. But I will say this video, at the conclusion of this video, now I'm gonna leave this video up. I'm gonna leave the video up as well. So yeah, if you're here and you waiting on me to begin, I'm trying to give people time to actually grab the sources. But I do know that, you know, a lot of y'all are YouTube hopping. So you might have interest somewhere else and you might want to support or align yourself somewhere else. Go do that. I'm going to be here rocking out by myself. Whether it's 10 people, 5 people, 30 people, 50 people, 100 people, it don't matter. I'm going to be here. And, you know, so shout out to everybody else that's live right now. You know what I'm saying? Brother Uncton took over Sarnetta channel. I don't know if it's a full Brother Unc channel yet, so I really don't, you know, I don't engage with Sarnetta. So hopefully, you know, if there's any residuals or anything to come out of that Brother Unc is compensated for what's going on in driving, whatever he's driving over there for that channel. Dr. Ma, shout out to her and what she got going on. You know what I'm saying? I know I was asked about her before. I don't know why, but I was. It is what it is. But no, you know, I'm just live and I didn't plan this really. You know, I was like, you know what, I'm just about to come on because for one reason, the show from yesterday, there's a dude that's still talking that was on that platform. And he was saying a whole lot of stuff that the science don't align with him, but he was saying it agreed with him. So no matter what, because of his comprehension ability, he was falling short. So What I want to do is kind of reset, go a little slow, and then provide you with a treat. So not only did I leave y'all 3 books in the description, there's a lecture that you're going to hear from here, and it's going to be a very intriguing lecture. I guarantee you're going to enjoy this. So let's go ahead and get rocking. And I'm going to touch on a couple of things that I need to touch on to set the agenda. So who are the people of the Americas? Who are these people? This is from my first source, and I'm going to just rock out. Now, according to the Jik Gorilla Apache, they have a Genesis story. And this is from one of the books that says Native Peoples of North America. I provided y'all with this book so you can download the book yourself and you can read it. But here's the Genesis story. It says, in the beginning, the earth was covered with water and living things were below in the underworld. Then people could talk, the animals could talk, the trees could talk, and the rocks could talk. It was dark in the underworld, and eagle plums were used for torches. The peoples and animals that go about by their day wanted more light, but the night animals, the bear, the panther, the owl, wanted darkness. After a long argument, they agreed to play the thimble and button game. And if the day animals won, there would be light. But if the night animals won, it would always be dark. The game began. The magpie and the quill, who loved the light and have sharp eyes, watched until they could see the button through the thin wood of the hollow stick that served as a thimble. This told the people where the button was. And in the first round, the people won. The morning star came out, and the black bear ran and hid in the darkness. They played again, and the people won. It grew brighter in the east, and the brown bear ran and hid in the dark place. They played a third time, and the people won. It grew brighter in the east, and the mountain lion slunk away into the darkness. They played a fourth game, and again the people won. The sun came up in the east, and it was day, and the owl flew away and hid. Even though it was light now, the people still didn't see much because they were underground. But the sun was high enough to look through a hole and discover that there was another world, this earth. He told the people, and they wanted to go up there. They built 4 mounds to help them reach the upper world. In the east, they mounded the soil and planted it with all kinds of fruits and berries that were color black. In the south, they helped heap up another mound and planted all kinds of fruits and that were blue. In the west, they built a mound that they planted with yellow fruits. In the north, they planted the mound with fruits of variety colors, probably what they meant. Now, the mounds grew into mountains, and the bushes blossomed, fruited and produced ripened berries. One day, 2 girls climbed up to pick berries and gather flowers to tie in their hair. Suddenly, the mountains stopped growing. The mountains stopped growing while their tops were still a long way from the upper world. So the people tried laying feathers crosswise to make a ladder, but the feathers broke under their weight. The people made a second ladder of a larger feather, but again, they were too weak. They made a third ladder of eagle feathers, but even these would not bear much weight. Then a buffalo came and offered his right horn, and 3 others also contributed their right horns. The horns were strong and straight, and with them, the people were able to climb up through the hole to the surface of the earth. But the weight of those humans bent the buffalo horns, which have been curved ever since. Now, the people fastened the sun and the moon with spider threads so they couldn't not get away, and set them up in the sky to give light. And since water covered the whole earth, 4 storms went to roll the waters away. The black storm blew to the east and rolled up the waters into the East Ocean. The blue storm blew to the south and rolled up the waters in that direction. The yellow storm rolled up the waters in the west, and the varicolored storm went to the north and rolled up the waters there. So the tempest formed the four oceans in the east, the south, the west, and the north. Having rolled up the waters, the storms returned where the people were waiting, grouped around the mouth of the hole. The polecat first went out when the ground was still soft, and his legs sank into the black mud and had been black ever since. They sent the tornado to bring him back because it wasn't time. The badger went out, but he too sank in the mud and got black legs, and tornado called him back. Then the beaver went out, walking through the mud and swimming through the water, and at once began to build a dam to save the water still remaining in the pools. When he did not return, the tornado found him, asked why he had not come back. Because I wanted to save the water for the people to drink, said the beaver. Good, said the tornado. And they went back together. Again, the people waited until at the last they sent out the gray crow to see if the time had come. The crow found the earth dry, many dead frogs, fish, and reptiles lying on the ground. He began picking out their eyes and did not return until the tornado was sent to him. The people were very angry when they found he had been eating carrion, and they changed his color to black. But now the earth was all dried except for the 4 seasons, and the lake in the center where the beaver had dammed up the waters. All the people came up. They traveled east. Listen to me. They traveled east until they arrived at an ocean. Then they turned around south until they came again to an ocean. Then they went west, and then they turned into the north. As they went, each tribe stopped where it wanted. But the Geraselas continued to circle around the hole where they had come up from the underworld. 3 times they went around it. When the ruler became displayed and asked them where they want to stop, they said, in the middle of the earth. So he led them to a place very near Taos and left them. And there near the Taos Indians, the Geraselas made their home. So that's one creation story. I'm not going to get into the other creation stories of these other tribes. But I wanted to let like everybody know that's how the world became to be for those people. Now, that book isn't all about creation stories. There's a lot of history in the native peoples of North America as it explains who they are. But since we got that out of the way, I want to talk about the first Americans and how they had Australian genes. Due to a conversation from yesterday, this prompts these type of things to be more clear. I need to be more clear, more specific, so that if I make a claim and I don't back up the claim in whatever I say, then people can clip that, and then they can deal with what I said and ask me for evidence if I don't provide evidence for such. However, I don't ever talk without providing evidence for what I'm saying. I'm not one of the people who like to run my mouth and allow people to just sit back and listen while I say things. So a few shows ago, since I returned about the Abos stuff, I talked about where the people come. And I said the Southeast Asians or East Asians. And I also said the Oceania people. I said these people were the people who populated the Americas. And then I gave reason to it because of the Bering Strait, and that the sea level or the oceanic floor was 400 feet less than what it is today, which means there was lower water. And if you ever seen 400 feet in your life, if you go look at a skyscraper building that's 400 feet tall and you stand in front of it, you're going to realize how much water that is that comes down to where you are, where your feet is. That's a lot of water. So how deep is the actual oceanic floor? However, one person tried to insinuate that the people that I was claiming to populate the Americas was black people. We used the skin map to try to show them that these people had melanated skins due to the fact that they were living around the equator. The skin map justifies and educates people in this particular lane, but some kind of way we can't address the skin map. Some people say that's hogwash. Some people say that the people that left Africa and populated the rest of the world are the same Africans that left Africa. There was no such thing called mutation and adaptation, that these people were still African. Never mind the fact that they have been gone and some to never return, they were still African. A brother claimed yesterday that that the people of the Indus Valley culture and the Australian Aborigines, the Polynesians, the Philippines, the Melanesians, and so forth, he stated that those people descend directly from Ethiopia and the land of Kush. His evidence for such was to try to attempt to use science and paint them black, a very hyper-diffusionistic perspective. It has come to my attention today that he has spent another few hours of everybody else's time arguing against the information where it does not support him. And to add to their body of knowledge to move the needle forward, I am going to continue the Jaracillas. I might be pronouncing it wrong, but it's Jaricilla. I'll bring it back on the screen before I get started with this source, just so you'll know exactly which tribe that was whose origin story we told first. All right. This is before, anybody come on into North America. But I think I spelled it wrong in the chat. Jicarilla. Or you could just call them the Apache. The next origin story would be the Iroquois. There's another origin story I think comes behind that. They start talking at that point. But there's multiple origin stories, and then the book reads. And it says it right here. How many people were living in the Americas? How did they get here? How long had they been here, and what had they accomplished? This is something that we can come back to, but I want to move forward a little bit. All right. So, but it talks about who these people were, who these native people were, and so on and so forth. But their name is JIC. I spelled it wrong. JICARILLA. Jicarilla Apache. All right, let me continue. I ain't getting into that. I don't need they are. All right, so during the last ice age, when hunter and gatherers crossed the ancient Bering land bridge that connected Asia with North America, they carried something special with them in their genetic code: pieces of ancestral Australian DNA. You remember when I was telling you that these people are linked back to those Australords, the Oceania people, and Southeast Asians and the Northeast Asians, and how they split and did all this other stuff? They brought with them a genetic code. Over the generations, these people and their descendants trek it southward, making their way to South America. Even now, more than 15,000 years after these people crossed the Bering Land Bridge, their descendants who still carry ancestral Australian genetic signatures can be found in parts of the South American Pacific coast and in Amazon, researchers found. Much of this history has unfortunately been erased by the colonization process, but genetics is an ally to unravel unrecorded histories and populations. Study with the Hunenmeyer and study co-led researcher and doctoral student Marcus Arroyo Castro El Silva, both of whom are in the Department of Genetics and Evolutionary Biology at the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil. So I wanted to make that clear because someone on Garfield's panel was disputing Rob Bourne's uses of sources and information and trying to say who was those people who was writing, yada, 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 yada. He thought he was asking a great question because he wanted to say, see, these Africans writing about it, or he wanted to say something like that. But he asked the question not knowing that it would also put him in compromise with where his positions is because he don't have no evidence. But here we see here the Tabitha, as her name is spelled, and Marcos Araujo. These people are at the University of Sao Paulo. So this lets you know that there's some, based on their names and how they're spelled, their ethnicities are very native or indigenous to what's going on. And I try to tell y'all that, but no one really wanted to listen. So new research builds on earlier work, first published in 2015, which showed the ancient modern indigenous peoples in the Amazon share specific genetic signatures known as the Yekpekeru or Y signal, the modern day indigenous groups in South Asia, Australia, and Melanesia, a group of islanders in Oceania. This genetic connection, it caught many scientists off guard, and it remains one of the most intriguing and poorly understood events in human history. The researchers wrote in their study, to investigate the Y signal further, a team of scientists in Brazil and Spain dove into the largest data set containing the genetic data of 383 indigenous people from different parts of South America. The team applied statistical methods to test whether the Native American population had excess genetic similarity with a group they call the Australians, or the indigenous peoples of Australia, Melanesia, New Guinea, and the Andaman or the Andaman Islands in the Indian Ocean. In other words, the team was assessing whether the given Native American population shares significantly more genetic variance with Australians than other Native Americans do. South America groups that did have more genetic similarities with Australians were interpreted by the new research as being descendants of the first Americas and Australian ancestors who coupled together at least 15,000 years ago. My apologies. As expert, the study confirmed the previous findings of Australian genetics ties with the Caratiana and the Suri indigenous people in the Amazon. But the new genetic analysis also revealed a big surprise. The Australian connection was also found in Peru, in the Chotunu people, an indigenous group with ancestral ties to the Pacific coast, the Guarani Akawa, a group in central West Brazil, and the Exviante, a group in the central Brazilian plateau. When a team looked specifically for the Chotuna people and other coastal indigenous peoples, including the Sakura and the Narahula, the researchers found that these people had ancestry from the mix of South American people and the sister branch of the Onge indigenous people who lived on the little Andaman Island. When the team included the Exvante people in analysis, the model suggested that the coastal groups got started first and later gave rise to the inland Amazonian groups with Australian heritage. So the first settlers likely stuck to the Pacific coast due to their subsistence strategies and other cultural aspects adapted to the life by sea. For this reason, they would have at least initially only expanded through or settled the whole American Pacific coast from Alaska until southern Chile. In this context, the expansion to the Amazon passing through the northern Andes would have been a secondary movement. So according to archaeological records, a settlement on the Pacific coast dates about 13,000 years ago. The researcher said the Jibs in the time frame of the team suggested for the initial migration and later inland coupling events to South America which likely happened between 15 to 18,000 years ago, respectively, they said. Furthermore, while previously research suggested that there's two waves of first Americans, I'm gonna say that again. While previous research suggested that there were two waves of first Americans who left the Beringer about 15,000 years ago, and likely several waves from Beringer after, the new study found that one of the waves that came by the Pacific route was composed by individuals carrying some Australian ancestry. This study is also a welcome addition to prior literature, which they had described signals of Australian, Southern Asian ancestry in the Amazonian groups. And an adjunct lecturer in computational engineering and research in biomedical data science at Stanford University, who led a 2020 study in Journal of Nature in Polynesian ancestry, told Live Nation in the email, Ioannidis wasn't involved in a new study. As to the Y signal isn't found in North American indigenous peoples, the author suggests that if such a migration had traveled rapidly along the Pacific coast of North America and Central and South America, then it could explain why the signal is present predominantly in South America, both on the Pacific coast and on the Amazon, but not in Northern American indigenous groups, Ioannidis said. Or perhaps indigenous people in North and Central America who had the Y signal were wiped out during Europe's colonization of the New World. So let me break this down to the people in the rear. What's being said here is that there's evidence of a potential split, where one group of people populated from one direction and the other ones came from the other direction. As we know today, the picture is getting a little bit more clearer on what routes were taken and how they actually reached where they did, based on evidence that has been excavated and written about and provided to us. This article is basically substantiating the fact that in that south traveling group, they possess something a little bit different than the north traveling group into the Americas. So these peoples that are peopling the Americas, there's a distinct difference based on some stuff that they figured that was closely more related to Australians. So let's talk about it. They talk about how did they get there. We all know now through sea voyage, right? We have evidence of sea voyage because we know that the Pacific Ocean was 400 feet less during the time of travels during the whole last glacial maximum period. So these people could get to where they needed to get to. So we know that's how some stuff ended up. But that ain't enough. Me just simply saying it is not enough, or me having a source to actually substantiate it is not enough, or the evidence that goes into it is not enough. So to add on to this unknown species found in the Melanesians, I'm gonna play this article. It's gonna have a commercial, and we're gonna follow along with it, and then I'm gonna get y'all back up to speed, and then I got the other treat for you.
Evidence of unknown human species found in DNA of Melanesians. Big thing.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the spring sale, March 24th through April 3rd, and get 35% off paints and stains with prices starting at $28.92. That means 35% off our most popular color family, blue.
Got 19
Psychologists
seconds.
Scientists found traces of a previously unknown, long-extinct human species hidden in the DNA of today's Melanesians. Melanesia is an area in the South Pacific Ocean to the northeast of Australia that includes the countries of Vanuatu, the Solomon Islands, Fiji, and Papua New Guinea, as well as some islands belonging to other nations. The two ancient hominid species whose DNA traces scientists expected to find were the Neanderthals and Denisovians. But the results of the study showed something else. We're missing a population, or we're misunderstanding something about the relationships, said Ryan Bollender, a statistical geneticist from the University of Texas, to Science News. The goal for the researchers was to investigate how much ancient DNA we carry today. There was a period between 100,000 to 60,000 years ago when several kinds of hominid ancestors intermingled as one group left Africa and met another living in Eurasia. What the scientists realized is that there could have been people other than Neanderthals or Denisovans involved that we have not yet identified. Map of Oceania. We still carry some percentage of the ancient hominid DNA within us, with Europeans and Asians having about 1.5 to 4% Neanderthal DNA. Some of that heritage has actually resulted in various health issues. What's unusual is that the DNA of the Melanesians has about 1.11% of Denisovian DNA, an amount higher than in other groups. It is also different from the amount of 3% estimated by other studies. Studying this incongruity led the scientists to conclude that another, third group of people bred with early Melanesians. Human history is a lot more complicated than we thought it was, said Bollinger, a native of New Guinea with a pierced nose and hair matted with pig grease. Circa 1950. Photo by Richard Harrington /3 Lions /Getty Images. What's more, Danish researchers recently came to a similar conclusion that a non-Denisovian DNA from an extinct people was present in Australian Aboriginals and native Papua New Guineans. One possible issue is that we don't have many samples of Denisovian DNA and might just not know all the variations of these people. So far, scientists only found one Denisovian finger bone and some teeth. The analysis by Bollinger is currently awaiting peer review. Further research into the ancient hominids is necessary to confirm their find. Cover photo. Huli Wigman from Lake Copiago.
All right, so again, this article, written in 2016, by the way, is providing us a pathway of what we talked about yesterday, which I can bring back up that source because it's more current, which would mean that they substantiated their hypothesis based on this link, and more evidence came out to substantiate the hypothesis that the people who peopled the Americas were in fact descendants of these Australoids, Melanesians, Philippines, and the Papua New Guineans, and all of that, all of those islanders over there, because genetically they possess something that archaic humans had possessed, more specifically the Denisovans possessed, and that is in their ancient DNA. That's not enough for you. Again, like I said, we got the evidence. I can pull it up and go from there. But I want to continue to be more specific here. So I'm going back a little bit in a Journal of Nature article that was written that actually, that helped show the way genes flowed and when they made their suggestions. My point is this. I'm doing this, I'm trying to allow the information to tell a story to everybody to where they actually can visualize what's going on and properly understand it in its context, right? So this science has been a work in progress for quite some time. And I'm showing people that 10 years ago, when this article was published, 10 years ago, they were telling you 10 years ago that the Aboriginal Australian genomes reveal Indian ancestry. And no one really thought about that 10 years ago. When the Abos community came out, nobody thought about this article that was written 10 years ago. So today I wanted to make it prevalent and relevant that, man, when these Abos came out and claimed that they've been indigenous to North America and that they've been here the whole entire time, the science was right under our nose. They had already written the story. They already had helped us identify who actually was here. But yet and still, our people, Black people, succumb to the pseudoisms of historians who propagate shit to steal from another people to build their YouTube channels up and then confiscate your money and confiscate money off of you behind their lies. So I'm not really going to get into this article, but I wanted to show people This was in your nose. This was under your nose 10 years ago. But what's funny is this, is when the lady says she confirmed an ancient association between the genomes of Australians, New Guineans, and the Mamanoa, the Negrito from the Philippines. But we have a brother who is arguing that, talking about root words. Now I explain who people are, not the fact that the people was using certain stuff to say other things. The first inhabitants of the New World are Indians. They ain't you. They don't look like you. They don't look like me. They don't look like Denise. They don't look like Sutek. They don't look like Julanda. They don't look like us. They also possess a unique, a few genetic features of an archaic hominid by the name of the Novosan. And that's stated with evidence over and over and over again. So for anyone asking who populated what, let's take a trip back and then we'll come forward. Now let me unshare, reshare, because I need the audio for this. The first inhabitants, I guess he just got here. So real quick, y'all, before I play the video. This brother in the chat, he just got here. So I want to make myself very, very clear. All right? So now they're going to try to say that the Southeast Asians are the Novosans. No, they contain, brother. Listen to this. They contain certain genes that were passed down to them through the Denovasans, bro. Through the Denovasans, and it's unique among them. Now, again, there was two groups of people that populated the Americas. You have the North Native American population, and you have the South Native American population. These people were of Oceania, Southeast Asian, and East Asian descent. These are the things that we have evidence for. I'm going to say that again. The people who populated the Americas were of Oceania, Southeast Asian, and East Asian descent, or they might call them Eurasian, just to be clear. So how in the world are we claiming that the so-called Aboriginals, which they ain't even called the Aboriginals, bro. They called Australian Aboriginals. So they're indigenous, or they're Aboriginals to Australia. This is the level of lack of scholarship that comes unbeknownst to people who like to type. Now, brother, you've been spending your time on this subject matter all day, and you've been letting someone who wasn't even studying the subject matter beat you to breaks. If you just simply look up the definition of Aboriginal, it tells you distinctively what it is saying, relating to the indigenous peoples of Australia or their languages. So it could be explaining who the people are of Australia, or it could be explaining the languages of the people of Australia. So how are you trying to say what you're trying to say or argue? It's your ignorance. So let me help you out. Everybody on this planet has some level of African ancestry, but they're not sub-Saharan African. They're not East African. They're not Central or West African. Hell, they ain't even North African. And this is how we know they're not North African, because the Oceania people that we're explaining, and what Denise was trying to tell you for 6 hours, is that they possess the Novosan genes. that are only distinct to those Southeast Asians and the Oceania people and the East Asian people, the Eurasians. That source explains that to you. I don't understand how you get that, but let me stick to the topic and not get deterred. Because that brother, I feel for him. You know what I mean? I don't know how you commit academic or scholastic suicide by showing your ignorance and your own friends, your own people that's trying to align themselves with you is telling you to stop because you're looking stupid. So we're going to talk about, we're going to review this lecture. It's 2019 lecture from the Shore to Sea lecture from the earliest human migrations to North America. I want to peep this.
So thanks everybody. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. One of I have a wonderful job and at the California Academy of Sciences, and probably the thing I like best about it is giving public talks, and then to give a public talk in the place that is just absolutely really special to me, the Channel Islands, and all of you are here because these are special places to you, is just really fantastic. So thanks for coming and being here, and for the invitation for Laura and Kristen and in the park for being here. The work we do on the Channel Islands, I just want to sort of say, I work with a lot of people from a number of different universities and institutions, and I'm going to talk about some of that work tonight and sort of meld it all together. We also work with Shumash partners to make this all work, Channel Islands National Park and the Sanctuary and TNC. So all of this stuff that I'm going to talk to you about is a Herculean effort by a lot of different people and a lot of different communities and interests. So I wanted to acknowledge them and thank them for all their contributions as well. So today I want to take you through about why I think the Channel Islands are central in helping us figure out when and how the first Americans arrived. And I'm going to take you on this I'm going to start off on this story about how us archaeologists told you all the wrong story for decades, all right? And we're trying to figure out the new one. So this idea of the human odyssey and when and how humans migrated and occupied different continents and landscapes around the globe is perhaps one of the biggest questions that anthropologists and archaeologists confront. This migration over 100,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago, migrations out of Africa and around the globe. And certainly for us here in the Americas, the timing and route of this migration into the New World, into North and South America, has been a point of fascination. And for the first scholars to look at this, the consensus was, and this certainly wasn't everyone, but the consensus was that the New World had a very short chronology, and claims for deep antiquity of humans in the New World were often met with skepticism. And until the 1920s, most scholars believed that peoples reached Americas sometime only 4,000 years ago. And this has a lot to do with the politics of European colonization of the New World. It's much easier to dispossess people of their land if you believe they haven't been here very long, right? So this was steeped in politics, it was steeped in racism, but it was also sort of a conception of, well, that Native Americans in the New World didn't have the technologies, the agriculture that was seen in the Old World. That turned out to be wrong, right, in many ways. In some ways, there were different technologies and different adaptations, but this was sort of what the leading scholars, what most anthropologists, what most archaeologists believed for a long time. That fundamentally changed with the discovery of one site. This happened in 1924 with the discovery, and this is a a reconstructed photo of it with a fluted, clearly human-made projectile point embedded in the ribs of an extinct bison, right? That went extinct somewhere at least 10,000 years ago. And this one instance pushed back the chronology of the peopling of the New World 6,000 years, right? And so there was this paradigm shift, and scholars and archaeologists were sort of in a race to figure out then when and how people first arrived, if it was 10,000 or more years ago. And after decades of research, a sort of coherent story started to develop, and this became known as the Clovis first paradigm of New World colonization or New World migration, right? This idea, and you've all heard this, right? If you remember this in college or high schools or grade schools, right? That it was big game hunters who walked across the Bering Land Bridge during the last glacial maximum, right? When sea levels were much lower and modern day Russia and Alaska were attached. They walked across, presumably following animals, following game. They staged in Alaska. And when things started to warm, sea levels rose, and an ice-free corridor, the Cordilleran and Laurentide ice sheets, started to separate. A route opened up into the New World. And perhaps unbeknownst to these hunter and gatherers, they followed big game, right? They followed these herds of mammoths and other Pleistocene megafauna down into the New World, right? And this story seemed to fit, right? There were a lot of sites dated to about 13,500 to 12,900 years ago, many of which had what are called Clovis points, right? These big honking projectile points. You have this flute that was taken off as sort of the last stage of its production that would help haft it onto a shaft. And these were the weapons, these were the technologies to hunt these big Ice Age animals, right? And site after site, from sea to shining sea in North America, something a little different in South America, but this made sense, right? You would see in some sites, not a lot, it turned out, extinct mammoth and bison bones in association with these Paleo-Indian Clovis points, what became known as Clovis points. And a generation of archaeologists told this story, right? Got jobs at prestigious universities, got grants and accolades in the study of this first Americans, right? And it all seemed to work. And for something on the order of 6 decades, this became the story of the first Americans and the one that you probably heard. So Clovis then became regarded as the first culture in the New World. The point of origin was presumed to be Siberia, passage into Alaska down this ice-free corridor during the last glacial maximum. They entered the New World somewhere on the order of 13,500 years ago. This was the baseline for human origins in the New World that became known as the Clovis barrier, right? And anything older than the Clovis barrier or earlier than the Clovis barrier were called pre-Clovis cultures, right? And there were some rogue archaeologists out there who would suggest they found a site that's older than 13,500 years ago that was pre-Clovis. And they were met with much skepticism from their colleagues, right? And often their sites, their arguments were dismantled piece by piece, right? And this was sort of the story that developed again for 6 decades. So while this story sort of made sense in a lot of ways, there were problems, right? Any of you been to Alaska? Yeah, have you been to Alaska, right? Stood at the foot of a glacier, looked around, what does that landscape look like? Nothing, right? It's rock, it's melt, it's barren. It looks like this, a barren wasteland, really inhospitable. The ice-free corridor, for many folks that were telling this story, was conceived to be this fertile paradise that mammoth and Pleistocene animals were walking down, right? So while this is a bit tongue-in-cheek, the idea is when it's not when the ice-free corridor opened, it's when it was habitable, right? You can't migrate down, you know, a couple 1,000-kilometer long route without there being plants and animals to sustain sort of human migration, right? So when did that happen? And in fact, recent sort of reconstructions, paleoecological reconstructions of this ice-free corridor suggest it didn't happen until relatively late. So at a place called Charlie Lake Cave and sort of the central ice-free corridor, ecological reconstruction suggests that it wasn't until about 13,000 years ago, 12.6, that we see the kinds of plants and animals that would suggest this is a habitable, migratable landscape, if that's a word, right? I think it is. And other studies have shown a similar sort of thing, right? That bison clads north and south of the glaciers during the last glacial maximum only start to show gene flow after about 13,400 years ago, right? So relatively late, right? So if we have sites that are 13,500 years ago south of these ice sheets, how do we explain this, right? And then other data like this. So this is a really coarse data, but this is put together by someone at the University of Tennessee, but it's a distribution, and I won't get in the weeds on this, of fluted points. This just means really early points like Clovis and Clovis type points, a little later than Clovis. But the point remains, where do you see most of these points, right? Big dots means a lot, little dots means a little. Where are most of them? This is the response part of the lecture. On the East Coast, right? You see them clustered on the East Coast. Well, if you're coming down an ice-free corridor, right, and you end up in the heartland of North America, where would you expect most of these points? Perhaps in the West or in the intermontane region. Now, of course, this might be, there are a lot more people with a lot more farms, a lot more people picking up, which we should not do, archaeological projectile points and noticing these things. So this might be an artifact of archaeological visibility. Okay. If we look at the ice-free corridor, recent dating of the ice-free corridor and Clovis sites in North America and in the ice-free corridor and in Alaska, what we find are that Clovis sites in the continental US are younger, Clovis sites in the corridor are younger than Clovis sites in the continental United States. So what does that suggest? People are moving up the ice-free corridor, or potentially not down the ice-free corridor. That would suggest people may have been in continental North America to move north, not moving north to south. The direction is correct there. So this was, for the most part, laid to rest in the late 1990s with the discovery of a single site, sort of akin to when that 1924 site was found. At a place called Monteverde in Chile, and it's sort of on the southern extent of Chile. It's not on the coast. It's what we call periocoastal. It's near the coast, not quite on. It has very distinct, clearly human-made technologies and things like tent pegs and bone points and lithic stone technologies. And an archaeologist, a really good archaeologist by the name of Tom Dillahay, excavated this site. And he did something really smart, that every time a pre-Clovis site, he dated this thing to 14,500 years ago, 1,000 years older than Clovis, he did something really clever, right? Every time one of his colleagues said, well, I have a pre-Clovis site, archaeologists would descend on their site, not go to their house or go to the site, descend in the literature. That's the way we do things in academia, and sort of poke holes in their arguments. So what he did is he invited all the major Clovis first scholars at the time, got a grant, invited them all down to Monteverde. Here they are, looking at the archaeology, and to a person, while they were there, they agreed, this is real. It's a real archaeological site, and it dates older than Clovis, and everything has changed. The story kind of changes when they all get back. One person dissented, but we won't get into that either. And just sort of give you an idea of how spectacular this site was. These are those tent pegs, and these are hides still secured to the tent pegs. This is sort of a semi-submerged site where you get really incredible preservation. This is one of the sources of radiocarbon, the radiocarbon dates. So really, really difficult to argue with how precise and how excellent the archaeology is here. So again, this turned everything on its ear. So all those textbooks needed to be rewritten. We are in now a phase of trying to figure out when and how the first Americans arrived. If they were here potentially 1,000 years before the ice-free corridor was open, how did they get here and when did they get here? So John Erlinson, my advisor at University of Oregon with a number of colleagues in 2007, suggested that they may, and he had been writing about this and others had suggested before, but they put out this hypothesis called the Kelp Highway hypothesis, that it may be, and it was sort of an ecological paper that demonstrated that there are many of the same resources that ring the North Pacific Rim that connect Japan, the North Pacific, down into North America, the same species of kelp forests, of kelp that are available, a break in the tropics where you get productive mangrove environments, and those kelp resources pick right back up into South America as a highway potentially down to Monteverde. And so if you think about walking from Alaska to Chile, the mountains, the deserts, the different adaptations different challenges that would face you, the coast potentially offers a migration route with sort of the same kinds of adaptations that could be applied throughout, right? So by that, we mean the same kinds of shellfish and fish and sea mammals, and habitats available along this Pacific Rim that may have actually facilitated migration into the New World. And even at Monteverde, as part of this spectacular preservation, there were produced 8 different types of kelp and seaweed. So these folks were engaged in terrestrial hunting and gathering and going after coastal resources, again, 1,000 years before Clovis. And so to explain, well, the big challenge is, right, that we have this ecological model. We've missed all these early sites for decades, right? I just told you about Clovis first for 6 decades. How could we have missed this? Why have we not been working on the coast? Well, one of the problems is, well, where are all those sites on the coast, right? They're under, you already know, you already have the punchline, right? So I always tell my students that the most difficult questions in life can be explained with squiggly lines. This is one of them, right? And this is a record of temperature through time, cold and warm. And this corridor of migration was at a time when sea levels were much lower. 5% of the world's water was captured in high altitude and glacial ice that made sea levels dramatically lower. And if these people were following coastlines into the world, those sites may now be underwater.
All right, so one more time for the people in the back. Don't get distracted by the chat. Everything that I've been saying, this guy's going to bring it out in a lecture that is 4 years old. Almost 4 years old. Right around the time the Abos is heating up, this lecture drops.
I always tell my students that the most difficult questions in life can be explained with squiggly lines. This is one of them, right? And this is a record of temperature through time, cold and warm. And this corridor of migration was at a time when sea levels were much lower. 5% of the world's water was captured in high altitude and glacial ice that made sea levels dramatically lower. And if these people were following coastlines in the New World, those sites may now be underwater. And this is where I live, so I show this just as an example. So I live in San Francisco here. And so from downtown San Francisco, from Golden Gate Park right there where the California Academy of Sciences is, 14,000 years ago, you could walk out to the Farallon Islands, right?
Did y'all understand what he just said? From right here, you know, that Golden Gate Bridge basically is what he's saying. He is saying 14,000 years ago, you can walk from right here to the island. Fathom that. The bridge that all them people are jumping off of, committing suicide, stuff like that. Think about that. All that water right there, San Francisco, all that water. You can just walk right on out there with no problem. None. So it's showing you, y'all, it's showing you that 400 feet that goes back, that was sunk up, a little raft could get wherever it needed to get because the waters was not deep enough. Wasn't deep. So sea travel was pretty good and common.
So dramatic coastal change, up to 120 meters over the past 20,000 years. So significant change that may have sort of submerged many of these early sites of this coastal migration. So unfortunately, whoa, we can't just say they're underwater. Yeah, rapid. We can't say these sites are underwater. I've tried that with my colleagues. They're underwater. Trust me, they're there. We have to go out and find those sites, right? Or still test this hypothesis. And then that's sort of the phase we're in. And the Northern Channel Islands turns out to be one place that is just absolutely spectacular for looking at this kind of question. So we have, of course, the Northern Channel Islands that you're all familiar with, and these are very dynamic islands. 20,000 years ago, these islands were connected to one another, where you can walk from Anacapa to San Miguel, but you couldn't walk from the mainland, of course, out to the islands, right? So these in the Quaternary, these have not been attached to the mainland. The islands haven't been attached to the mainland, but 75% of the Channel Islands that we know today have been submerged by this last glacial maximum sea level rise, right? So a significant landscape is now underwater. So despite that challenge, we have one of the most significant clusters of early sites of anywhere in the New World. It's absolutely spectacular. The oldest of which has been found at Arlington Springs, excavated by Phil Orr at the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History in 1959, and recently dated by John Johnson to 13,000 years ago, right? So on the order of Clovis, and certainly not Clovis, on a very different adaptation where people had to be in boats to get to these islands 13,000 years ago. It's in the Holocene, but and while Arlington Springs is a set of human remains and no archaeology other than those human remains, Daisy Cave has a spectacular set, has produced this spectacular set of archaeology, including chipstone technologies, things we call crescents, and I'll get to these in a minute, sandal fragments, these woven seagrass sandals, olivella, purple olive snail beads where they've just ground the top off. These are probably trimmings from fishnet construction or some such, these sort of knots, and these are the oldest bone fish hooks in the New World, bone bipoints, fish gorges that were used for fishing. And a colleague at the Smithsonian, Torben Rick, did a lot of work on demonstrating an adaptation of not only shellfish gathering, but intensive kelp forest fishing 11,000 years ago. And not much other technology. This was found at the bottom, and I'll show you why this is important in the next slide. But this was found by Charles Rozier, who was one of the first to excavate Daisy Cave. He found this at the bottom of the cave, and when John Erlinson excavated Daisy Cave in the 80s, he thought that this point, it looks like a bow and arrow point. It's really small, really delicate. We know bow and arrows don't show up until about 1500 years ago, so they're very recent. And so we thought this was found at the bottom of the cave and the bottom of Rozier's deposits. And we thought that it was just intrusive. A variety of processes like ancient construction of burials to deposit individuals. It could have moved down during excavations, a variety of ways we can explain this, but we just thought it was intrusive to these bottom of these deposits. And that all changed in 2008 when Mike Glassow at UC Santa Barbara found a channel island. These are called Channel Island barb points. Here's that point from Daisy Cave in a site on western Santa Cruz Island that dated to 8,000 years ago. So again, sort of a moment in archaeology where sort of everything changed for us on the Channel Islands. And we recognize that these Channel Island, these stemmed points were diagnostic of very early occupations on the islands dating to at least 8,000 years ago. And from then, we began survey efforts looking for these kinds of technologies. They've shown and some other folks were sitting on eastern San Miguel here, and we're having lunch at this site. And John looked across and he was like, you know, you could walk 11, 12,000 years ago to Santa Rosa Island, to what is Santa Rosa Island today, right? It was dry land, it was all connected, didn't start to separate until about 9,500 years ago. You could walk across, and right across you could see where Arlington Springs was, right? And so the next season, John, Tori, Courtney Hoffman, some of their students, Leslie Reeder Myers, started a survey moving from Arlington Canyon, where Arlington Springs was found, that 13,000-year-old site, and started surveying the terraces along this, and came up 2 other sites that produced abundant stemmed points, early stem points, crescents, and sites that produced a new array of bone that tells us about what these were used for. So the remains of snow goose and Canadian goose, an extinct flightless duck, Chendiades, and sort of a fish bone, sea mammal bone as well, to sort of round out that these were maritime hunting technologies. Here's another shot of some of those technologies. This is what archaeologists get really excited about, these really cool pictures of these really early technologies. Again, crescents, Channel Island barbs, and these are mole points, probably hafted like this to hunt things like waterfowl, maybe as fishing points, hunt small sea mammals like otters, hafted on shafts and used perhaps with atlatl technology to do this maritime hunting. So that brings us where we are today. And then recently, two years ago, in April 2017, we found perhaps what is one of the largest very early sites on the island. This is sort of an accidental discovery, and it happened during construction monitoring on Santa Rosa Island. Work was being done to restore and is ongoing to restore the ranch house and create an interpretive area that's going to be spectacular. And we stumbled on a site that started to produce some of this early technology. And this has been, I've been involved in this project, and a lot of other people have. I mean, we've had Shumash consultants, the San Ynez, a variety of other Shumash communities engaged in this work. John Erlinson, pictured here, and Christina Gill at the University of Oregon, Gary Brown with NPS, Laura Kern here that did our introduction, interns and volunteers. And then I worked on some of the excavations, data recovery, but this became a huge effort to sort of understand this large site as this construction and restoration of this ranch house complex was going on. And it turned out to be a really spectacular sort of interaction with a variety of different, with the Shumash, with archaeologists, with academics, with NPS, to sort of better understand the site and salvage as much information as we can in this, what turned out to be a really large site. So the main site area was right under this ranch house. And then we had another locus north of the ranch house. And just to give you an idea, I mean, most of the time when we're on the islands, what we're doing is we're digging in places that are eroding into the ocean. We're saving information before it's lost. Here we're excavating in a larger region to sort of gather information as this interpretive area is being put together. And we dug a variety of different units. We conducted paleobot analysis, augers and mapping of this site with a variety of different groups to bring this all together. And from it, it produced over 7,000 lithic artifacts, crescents, here a variety of broken crescents. These are Channel Island barb points, and a spectacular archaeology of paleocoastal early Holocene archaeology. And here's kind of the work conditions that this is from Gary Brown's work that we were working under this house to sort of salvage this site. Here's the different stratigraphy, and why I'm showing this is we did a variety of dating, and Gary did a variety of dating at this site and found that the dating was kind of all over the map. We had a lot of disturbance from this historic activity. The dates ranged from 19,000 years ago to basically recent, except a shell feature in part of the site that dated to about 8,000 years ago, right in line with those stemmed points, right, that I showed you earlier. However, this north locus where we north of the ranch house, where we spent some time excavating small units, we found that all of these, this area dated really tightly between 11,700 years ago and 11,200 years ago. Again, a very early site, very large early site on the Channel Islands. So at this point now, after this site under the ranch house and around the ranch house, all the other sites that we found on the islands, we have something on the order. I think the real number is like 98. So I said 90. I'm a little low there, but we have 98 archaeological sites that date to more than 8,000 years on these small islands.
I hope y'all caught this. We're doing all this talking, right? All this talking.
In small units, we found that all of these, this area dated really tightly between 11,700 years ago and 11,200 years ago. Again, a very early site, very large early site on the Channel Islands. So at this point now, after this site under the ranch house and around the ranch house, all the other sites that we found on the islands, we have something on the order. I think the real number is like 98. So I said 90. I'm a little low there, but we have 98 archaeological sites that date to more than 8,000 years on these small islands, 75% of which are now underwater. right? Absolutely spectacular. So just to give you an idea, here they are now. I don't have all the sites up there, but here's what those islands would have looked like 10,500 years ago. These are maritime hunter and gatherers using these technologies to go after fish and seabirds. Many of their sites may actually be underwater. And this has led to, again, another partnership that I've been really lucky to be involved with, funded by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, with the Park Service, a variety of academic institutions that I've listed here. There are probably others. There are others, all collaborating to start to look underwater. If we have this spectacular record, none of which is older than Clovis, might there be even earlier sites now underwater? Right, so to do that is probably the worst needle in the haystack exercise that you can think of, right? When you begin, but you could start to narrow targets. So we use the terrestrial archaeology, where places that people like to set up camps on subaerial archaeology today, or subaerial landscapes today, and we predict where these places might be underwater. So we have begun with developing this predictive model of high probability landforms where people might have gone to set up camp. And not only that, where those potential archaeology sites might still be preserved, right? Because some places can be scoured out by heavy wave action. So it's not only where they might be, but where they might last, right? For over 10,000 years. One of these places, so the Ranch House facility right in here, this cluster of early sites, 997 is one of those. There's a variety of others. These early sites sort of rim Santa Rosa and Santa Cruz. So these stars are all archaeological sites. Right in the middle of between Santa Rosa and Santa Cruz is this massive subwater submarine canyon that comes up right in between these islands. And 5 of the largest drainages on the islands would have drained into this bay today. John Erlinson called it Crescent Bay because we found these sites with crescents and stemmed points. And this may have been this really productive estuarine environment with these waterfowl, with sea mammals, with fish, with the shellfish that people were going after that we see in the subaerial archaeological record. So after we predict that and find interesting places, we've gone out and used sonar technology to map the seafloor, but not only map the seafloor, map the subsea.
Let me let him say that again, or better yet, just look at the screen. This is the technology that is used to map the seafloor. Okay. So when people are like, they guessing or they doing this or they doing that or yada yada this and yada yada that, that's what they using. It's what they using. This is how he knew that they could walk from the coastline of San Francisco out to these islands 14,000 years ago. Because of how the earth is up under that water, bro.
Floor and look at the stratigraphy of the seafloor by using what's called this chirp system, launch it from a boat and do this sonar mapping. And so I'll give you some example of what this produces, right? We look in Crescent Bay, this high probability area that we're really interested in. Here's one of our track lines, right on the edge of Crescent Bay. That's what you get. Very exciting. Everybody's quiet. It's time to go, right? Well, you work with marine geologists, and actually it is pretty interesting because what it shows is what we would predict. There's this paleo channel where fresh water would have made its way down to Crescent Bay. And on the levees of that paleo channel, there are what we're calling high amplitude reflectors, which means these kinds of signatures have produced archaeological shell middens in other regions in North America and the Gulf of Mexico. They may or may not be but they're interesting features in the places where we think we should find archaeological sites, right? So what we thought should be there was actually there. So here's another one. Understanding these paleo landscapes, we probably know more about the surface of the moon than we know about the seafloor. And right along in Crescent Bay, here's the Santa Cruz Canyon, that big submarine canyon. Here are these what seem to be estuarine deposits, paleosols still preserved, right? That can yield a lot of information about what this environment looked like at the time. This is just sand, transparent Holocene sediment sand that's piled on top of this, right? And so the final phase of our research has been to actually then, if we've predicted these places, we've sonar mapped these places, then to go core and look at these places, test these locations. So along the Channel Islands in these 4 places that we became really interested, 3 right in between Santa Rosa and Santa Cruz, we recovered 26 seafloor cores, ranging in depths from about 75 to 25 meters. The longest core is about 2.5 meters long. We tried to find places where there's not a lot of sand buildup, Holocene sand built up, where we can maybe try to find paleosols. So at this point, all of these cores are up at Oregon State University. I wish I could tell you what we found, but they are still cores up in a core facility being scanned and logged. And unfortunately, next month I'm going up there. Well, fortunately for me, unfortunately for you, next month I'm going up there. But we hope to find these estuarine soils and kind of features that we predicted. This is the first step, right, into finding archaeological sites. Just to be clear, I would not put any money on us actually finding an archaeological site. That is a losing bet. Bet on the Warriors instead of that. But this is the first step, understanding these submerged landforms, being able to predict them, being able to accurately predict where these are preserved, will down the road help us identify, I think, submerged archaeological sites that can help us unravel this question of the first Americans. So where does that bring us? Things are really interesting. I have no answer for you. Clovis is not first. Clovis is real. The story you heard is wrong when you were in school. We don't know when and how the first people arrived, but we're walking down that road to figure out that answer. And the Channel Islands are going to be key in helping us figure this out. This play, one of the many, many reasons the Channel Islands are so special is this density of early sites on the island that can tell us what people were doing on those islands, that can help us predict where those sites might be underwater and help answer this question. And it's going to be methodological advancements, new analytical techniques like this sonar mapping, like this offshore coring, and it's going to be interdisciplinary work between agencies, between academics, between interested folks that are going to contribute to this work. So stay tuned. Hopefully we'll have an answer at some point. And I wanted to say thanks. You know, this I was invited here, kind of talk a little bit about this excavation at the ranch house, and I did a little bit, and I tried to frame it in a larger context. But I wanted to say this. I saw a hand up first, right over here. Yes.
All right, so that's a little bit of the presentation here. I'm not going to get too much into everything else that he's talking about here, but if you want to watch the entirety of this particular bill, it's left in the description of the video so that you can, you know, enjoy that. So now I'm going to go to some of these free books that I put in the chat for all of y'all that want to know what's going on out here in the world. You feel me? And I'm going to share my screen just to dig a little bit deep, and I want to go into Mississippi. So I'm dealing with the Mississippi coast and its people. All right, it should be coming up on y'all screen. Let me know if you're able to see it. All right, showing. Okay. So the first people to live on the coast were the American Indians. I said it again. The first people to live on the coast were the American Indians. The Biloxi, the Pascagoula, and the Mactabi tribes lived on the banks of the Pascagoula River, while the Acopisa tribe lived near the Pearl River. The Gulf Coast Indians built long, one-story houses of mud with bark roofs. They surrounded their villages and protected stockades and watched towers made of logs. We know from the large piles of shells called medians, which they left, that they ate oysters and other seafood. They also grew corn and other vegetables. They hunted the big game of the Gulf Coast, buffalo, bear, and deer. The reasons that the first Indians decided to settle on the coast are lost in distant past. But we can guess that the large supply of seafood and wild game made this area attractive. So now you have the pioneer settlers. These were the first Europeans to come to Mississippi coast. They were looking for riches and land to claim for their king. As the story goes, in the late 1600s, the powerful nations of Europe were competing to own various parts of the world. The area known as Louisiana had already been claimed by the French. What is now the Mississippi Gulf Coast was part of the French Louisiana. The French already owned well-established colonies to the north in Canada and in the south of the Caribbean islands and known as the West Indies. They wanted to build a city between those two colonies near the mouth of the Mississippi River. This city would be a trading center, and it would also be a military base that would discourage the Spanish and the English from taking over the Gulf Coast and the Mississippi River. So, you know, this is where you get them old French, Creole-speaking mofos. He did say bet on the Warriors. Two Canadian brothers of French descent, Pierre Lemonnier and Sierre Iberville, and Jean-Baptiste Lemon and Beville set out to start the city. So 2 sets of brothers. You have 4 people, 2 sets of brothers. All right. Before they found the mouth of Mississippi, they landed the ship Island and Biloxi Bay. Here in 1699, they began a settlement on the shore of Biloxi Bay in order to be near a deep water harbor of Ship Island. The Ship Island anchorage was important to the French because, remember, it served as a base for their military at the mouth of the Mississippi. So I'm going to move on a little bit. I'm not going to get too far into Mississippi history, but I need to let y'all know that. So I left that source in the chat. Remember, we find these Indians before Europeans come, always near rivers, lakes, places where water could be found so that they could do hunt and all of that. So now I want to get into this, the early Americas, but since we're talking about the people of the Americas, I want to just kind of touch on a review of the Paleo-Indian research in Virginia and a view towards the future. It's out of a text called The Archaeology of the Virginians, the First Peoples. Now, this chapter is written by Cliff Board, PhD from Radford University. It should be on your screen in a minute. So I just went to Mississippi, showed you the presence of Indians in Mississippi. I'm taking you to Virginia to show you Paleo Indians. In Virginia, I can take you to the Midwest. I can take you to the West. I can, you know, off the coast of California, which the lecture, if you paid attention to the lecture, is telling you some important stuff right there. My point is this: when we talk about the presence of Paleo Indians and how they populated the Americas, it gradually took time, but we start to see them all over. So this place was inhabited, but we don't even see people really just going at it like that because there's no other people here. So let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. All of y'all own y'all homes, or you rent, or you have your place of residency that you call yours. And you know, you go in your house, you do whatever you want to do because it's yours. It belongs to you. You pay the bills. So how would you feel if I came in your home where you pay the bills and I kick my feet up on your couch, I relax, cut your TV on, get up, fix me something to eat, come sit back now, eat my food with my tennis shoes on just doing whatever I wanted to do. How would you feel? You would feel disrespected. You wouldn't feel like I'm a threat. You wouldn't want to fight me for what I just did. I just totally disrespected you. This is your home. You've been here. You've been doing your thing. I didn't even speak to you when I came in. I just came in and made me someplace safe for myself, and I'm enjoying it all off you. Don't you think that the Paleo Indian would have encountered conflict as they began to populate the Americas? Think about what I'm asking you. Do you think that if people were already here, that the Paleo Indians would have encountered conflict? So, a state archaeological plan and research design for the earliest period of human occupation in North America and Virginia, the Paleo-Indian period between 16,000 to 10,000 years ago, is proposed in this chapter. This general time span encompasses the pre-Clovis, Clovis, mid-Paleo, and late Paleo-Indian occupations in Virginia during the late Terminal Pliocene epoch. I'm going to say this again. This deals with the pre-Clovis, Clovis, mid-Paleo, and late Paleo occupations. So this is telling you pre-Clovis, Clovis, Paleo, late Paleo. This is telling us everything that we need to know about who's these people in these particular areas. The following sections, they briefly summarize the temporal context in greater detail, the environmental settings, and the previous significant research. Then relevant themes related to specific aspects of the Paleo-Indian occupation. And then he finally discusses the research management plans and present to direct future Paleo periods and studies in Virginia. I'm not going to bore you to death. But I wanted to bring you to chapter 3 because there are some things that we talked about in chapter 3. We talked about Cactus Hill site. We found the evidence that was there to support it and what makes it useful for archaeologists. We talked about the different early, late, and middle Paleo, right? We talked about Clovis, pre-Clovis, Clovis. These are the things that are significant in research. And I'm just talking about Virginia. Why am I even bringing up Virginia? Because if you go back and look at when this place began to be inhabited and then they had the 13 colonies, they already had people there. So when these people rolled up on these Indians right there, right? They didn't roll up on these Indians and say, who is these black people? Who is it? You know what I'm saying? They had a name for black people already. If they just said Negro, black, just meaning the color. They didn't roll up and say that they seen Negroid-looking people. They pulled up and said they seen who they said they seen or who they thought they seen, which would have been Indians or people that look like the Caribs. All right. The environmental setting. So if I have a single Aboriginal or Indigenous person in the chat, you tell me if you could survive and live in this climate. Today contains a very physiographic province, including far from the east or west Atlantic coastal plain to the Piedmont upperlands and lowlands of the Blue Ridge and Ridge Valley province, and extreme southwestern corner portions of the Appalachian Plateau and Cumberland Mountains. Although Virginia remained unglaciated because of its proximity to Lake Wisconsin Laurentine ice sheet, a permafrost zone extended into northern Virginia and affected the environment of its physiographic provinces in a variety of ways. With the post-20,000 year BP retreat of the ice sheet, fairly rapid changes, geological speaking, occurred in the environment, which surely influenced the state's earliest human occupants. Based on evidence, not my grandmama, evidence from the geological examination and dating of end of moraines and ice sheets, the late Wisconsin glacial ice entered the present continental United States from Canada 23,000 years ago and reached its maximum around 19 to 21,000 years ago and was completely gone by US by 9,500 years ago. Major ice loads and subloads were created along the southern margin of the Laurentine ice sheets. As a result of shaping underlying terrain, the lobes directly to the north of Virginia, which had the greatest effect on its environment, were the Lake Erie and Lake Champlain Hudson River lobes. So during the Wisconsin maximum, strong winds of cold, dry ice, Arctic swept down from the ice sheets across Virginia to the polar frontal zones, 290 kilometers south of Virginia, North Carolina border. Let me skip ahead. We're talking about the environment. One of the more dramatic geomorphological effects of the advance of the ice sheets was the lowering of the sea levels due to the entrapment of water by the glaciers. You see how archaeologists are all telling the story about how important those ice sheets was and how how it affected the sea levels. Now, let me go ahead and make something clear to everybody before I move forward. With the lowering of the sea levels during the ice ages, some 23,000 years ago, don't you by chance fix your mouth to talk about people rafting from West Africa to the New World 20,000 years ago. There was no reason for these Africans to get in the water. They had everything under their feet. It's the home of everything there, not all, but dang near every natural resource possibly needed for them to survive. But let's move ahead. That boy Tyson going to work over there, and he been up the whole time. So, previous research in Virginia. Paleo-Indian research in Virginia up to 1989, and I'm not going to get into all of that, but I'm going to get into some points here, and then I'm going to change gears. Serious consideration of Paleo-Indian manifestation in Virginia began in the 30s and 40s, notably through the efforts of avocational archaeologist Dr. Ben McCrary, who died in the 1940s, began a survey of fluted point finds in Virginia, publishing a description of his first recorded points to the Quarterly Bulletin of the Archaeological Society of Virginia in 1947. Subsequent volumes of the Quarterly Bulletin continued to describe additions to this survey. McCrary also introduced large professional archaeological community, which incite in significant American antiquity publication. Another major milestone was the publication of Paleo-Indian research in Virginia, a synthesis in 1989 by the Council of Virginia Archaeologists, which summarizes a major professional research of the Paleo-Indian period to the point. Skip ahead because they're just talking about this thing. So I need to get to the nitty-gritty as stated. In reviewing Paleo-Indian material culture, Johnson focused on the lithic technology since little else was preserved or available for study. Johnson noted that the available evidence supported a biface and core-centered technology for clovis, with little evidence for blade production. Although he too emphasized the international selection of high-quality stone for tool production, Johnson stressed lithic influentialism, where stone resources are important, but not always the primary consideration in settlement locations as characterized in many Paleo-Indian sites. For example, there's a significant percentage of fluted points made of locally available quartz and quartz sites from the Piedmont and Tidewater regions, even when higher quality chert resources were available. Since '89, most significant research of the Paleo-Indian cultures has been focused on the eastern part of the state. Sites such as Cactus Hill have not only produced information that is important at the state level, but at a national and international level of research as well. So I want to stop right there. And I just want to plant that seed. So anytime that I brought up Virginia and showed y'all stuff, That was significant in what we got going on. But I also want to continue to build on the early people, but this time I'm going to take y'all to Indiana. Yeah, I can go wherever I want to go and find these Indians 10,000 years ago or better. Yeah, history for your ass. So as currently known, the prehistory of Indiana ranges from a circa of 10,000 BC to approximately 1650 when people of European descent began to keep historical accounts of the area. Prehistoric cultures in Indiana follow the same general cultural sequences and display similar cultural traits as those found in the eastern woodlands area of the United States. However, given Indiana's location among different Great Lakes riverine cultural areas and its geographic and environmental settings bordering the southeast and the upper Great Lake region, one would expect and indeed does find a number of cultures and historic contexts is unique to the state. Some of the latter possesses a combination of characteristics of cultures from nearby cultural areas or similar time frame, while others are unique in the region and beyond. Lo and behold, the Paleo Indians of Indiana. Based upon current evidence, not grandmama, based on current evidence, Paleo Indians are thought to be the earliest Native Americans who populated the New World, including the area known to us as Indiana, during the end of the last glacial maximum. Thus, their adaptation, there's that word, that evolutionary word called adaptation, were two cooler and changing climates with different vegetation than today. A study indicates that, given their large territorial ranges and low population, Clovis Paleo Indians were specialized large game hunters, although they did also take the small game. Most likely, they were small bands of hunters gathering for foraging individuals who brought with them a sophisticated toolkit technology for killing and dressing large game, such as the caribou, and including some species which are now extinct. Here you have it. The Paleo Indian projectile points are lanceolate, and many consist of similar in the form throughout the Americas, and are often ground at the base of hafting purposes. The tools are well made out of good quality chert raw materials and for the most part exhibit fine workmanship. Common projectile point types found in India include Clovis, Gainey, Hilo, Ajit, Basin, Cumberland, Quad, Plainview, and in the late Paleo-Indian times. Paleo-Indian points are present in nearly every county in Indiana. Other tools include scrapers and long blades, as you can see here in the picture. The Paleo-Indian occupations in Indiana were of low population density, and often sites are short-term specialized activity areas found near large streams and other major water sources. Often only surfaces found in a few scattered lithics are present. Paleo-Indian sites are also found near chert sources. An example of the substantial Paleo-Indian site in Indiana and the Alton site, which is a multi-component occupation of some time, an intensity of terrace of the Ohio River near the Wyandottes chert source and yielded many Paleo-Indian points and other chert tools manufacturing debris. A study of Paleo-Indian occupation in Kankakee area of Indiana notes that the Paleo-Indian chert type usage reflects their territorial movement, particularly distancing of a source of raw material and discard sites of their stone tools. From this kind of study, White states, excuse me, early Paleo-Indian times, the study found that later high-low points were found in a smaller range than that of the early Paleo-Indian or God Basin groups. Early archaic sites in Indiana are found in most environmental settings and in a much larger than earlier times. This is due to population increasing because early archaic time period was the time of environmental and climatic change, of diversification becoming more similar to the environmental situations we are familiar with today. Early archaic peoples were using resources in most of the environmental settings. Still, early archaic people were nomadic hunter-gatherers, seasonally exploiting the resources in their environment. Lo and behold, technologically, There's an increase in the types of variety of early archaic tools, and the appearance of new hafting techniques is related to the new sources being exploited and the use of a spear thrower of the ATL. Hafting techniques include notching and bifurcated bases of a spear point and knives. Processing of wild flora resources involve the use of grinding and pitted stones. Projectile points. Types associated with the early archaic including Thebes Street, Charles, Big Sandyside, Notch Kirk, McCorkle, St. Albans, LaCroix, and Kanawha. Studies of the raw material types of thieves and Kirk's group indicated high quality chert types with thieves and medium quality chert types of Kirk. Based upon the raw materials, studies Canton proposed that thieves' home ranges may have been as much as an order of a drainage magnitude greater than those of Kirk users. Let me stop. The point of this is the fact that we have evidence of these people being here, undisturbed. We ain't talking about bodies, we ain't talking about wars, we talking about a people developing their culture in many different places. We went to Virginia, we went to Indiana. Prior to that, we just heard a lecture talking about California being able to walk out several miles into the goddamn Pacific Ocean. We have evidence of other things that we talked about. On other shows, we brought to you other scientific endeavors that support Paleo-Indian culture in the Americas undisturbed. We're not talking conflict. We're not talking these big old wage wars. So my point is this. When it comes to the people in the New World, they come by way of boat and the Behringer. We have to honor and appreciate that. To say these people are black people, as in black distinctively meaning African descent, would be foolish. Everyone on the planet is fundamentally African, which also indicates that they descend from Africa. But due to the genetic evidence we have today with admixture and such, the Paleo-Indian is closely related to the Oceania people, Eurasian, and Southeast Asian people who possess a unique, not a unique, specific unique genes that are closely related to archaic humans as we know today called the Denovicens. Anyone that is arguing color is absolutely having the wrong argument. We don't have to use the skin map to understand that everyone close to the equator, we're fighting for UV rays. Well, they needed to protect them against UV rays, right? The sun beaming on you near the equator. You got to have some form of protection, and rightfully so. That's why when we, us yellow people, light skin, if we go out in the sun, like the Florida, and we're there for 2 or 3 months, whenever we return to wherever we're from, our complexion is brown skin. We're a different shade of what we were when we came into Florida. That is our body trying to protect itself from UV rays. So color shouldn't be a description and only does it, well, you can use color if you want to, but it shouldn't be a clear indication of why you're using that color, because culture, the material culture, is what set it aside, and the genetics substantiate it. Also the archaeological record and the geological record. So we know these things because we start marrying the sciences together. And by marrying the sciences, it allows us the ability to come to an honest conclusion that black people, which the definition of black equates to African Americans, and what the word is intended, black people, African Americans, descendants of West Africans, we were not in the Americas from neither direction. The people that peopled this are specifically Oceania people, Southeast Eurasians, and Eurasian type people. If someone insinuates differently, Based on the evidence bestowed upon you today, with a description full of resources, you should be able to see and indicate if that is argued or not argued. We use science to separate. And now we know. Look at Keenan coming in late. Bruh, I'm almost 2 hours in. You just now coming in late. So now, I'm going to just take a second and entertain this right here. Keep promoting cars of false propaganda, you clown. I'm going to entertain this for 1 minute. Here's the 1 minute that I have. What is your source that would say the people who came from Oceania, Southeast Asia, and Eurasia are African? And which one of these people brought the sickle cell to the Americas? Because since you keep bringing it up, you dummy, you talked about sickle cell yesterday. That's why I'm bringing it up. Give me your source, bro. Give me a source. Boom, dagger. Dagger. You back in that back chat talking so much. Give me your sources, bro. What's your argument? What's your argument, man? What's really real? What are you arguing? I just need to know if you're arguing that the people in the Aborigines of Australia, are you claiming that they are Africans and they are the first people to populate the Americas because they're Africans? All I need is a source, bro. I need somewhere to start with you. I don't need you jumping all the way around the world. I'm not dealing with your back chat behavior. I damn sure ain't Sonetta. Now, I just went through and I provided everyone in the chat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sources. And then I give away 3 books. So I need someone that's talking the most in the chat to tell me what his position is clearly and be able to articulate his position clearly and provide evidence. If you don't have a source, do not hop on, because you've been talking in the chat since the show began. You done left, came back, left, came back, left, came back. If you talking without a source, you're unwelcome. I am going back to that mode that if you ain't got a source, you need to shut up all the way. That's what the experts do. That's how people conduct themselves. They don't get out jumping down rabbit holes. So whatever you was talking about in the chat, young Dame West, the link is in the chat. But do not hit my link if you don't have sources and you can't articulate yourself and have a conversation. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time or mine and the people in the chat. They could be watching Power. They could be watching Bel Air. They could be doing a host of things. Versus listening to you not being able to articulate your point or provide us with a source that's going to be useful for answering questions. And that's just the truth of the matter. Right. We waste time like a mug. Horrible at it too. I ain't got a lick of a source. So I want to come to something real quick. I want to show y'all this. He said, please hurry up, Real Housewives of Atlanta coming up. He started stuttering, huh? I figured that he would. They just want to sound tough. I figured it out that they just want to sound tough. But I put the link in there and I ain't heard nobody come on yet, so I'm gonna wait a little bit. Let me show y'all this.
Paleo-Indian people are the first human beings to arrive in the Americas.
Colorado is the heartland of Paleo-Indian studies. There's probably more Paleo-Indian sites, Folsom period sites in Colorado than anywhere else.
Each of those sites gives a unique snapshot into what people were doing in that specific locality, how they were living.
There's some strong evidence that between about 20,000 and 12,000 years ago, human beings were arriving in the Americas, but there's some evidence that suggests that maybe that migration was even older.
The Paleo-Indians living here were really the first pioneers in Colorado.
This program was generously made possible by the History Colorado State Historical Fund,
supporting projects throughout the state to preserve, protect, and interpret Colorado architectural archaeological treasures. History Colorado State Historical Fund. Create the future, honor the past.
with support from the Denver Public Library, History Colorado, and
One of the reasons that I love archaeology is because the people that are living in those other times and other places are just like you and me. What does it actually mean to be human? What were their daily challenges? What are the things that they stayed awake at night thinking about? Did they laugh about? It's all of those kinds of questions, the essence of what makes us human, that I think about as an archaeologist.
The study of Paleo-Indians is really exciting. Everybody likes an origin story. There's great mystery about when people first came to this continent and when they first came to Colorado.
Paleo is Latin for old. Indian comes from Columbus's mislabeling of indigenous people of North America as Indians. Archaeologists talk about the Bering Land Bridge and a migration from Asia, but that's a disputed theory. If you ask many American Indian cultural leaders, they'll say we've always been here.
They were our first people here. We have evidence of them definitely here 11,500 years ago. We have some indirect evidence for them here as long as 13,000 years ago.
We used to think that Paleo-Indian culture was central to the Great Plains because that's where we've discovered a lot of the big sites. But now researchers are finding Paleo-Indian sites throughout the United States.
And along with that, they had really interesting material culture. It's the stuff that people made, that they used, that were part of their everyday lives.
Now, most of these sites are pretty subtle. They're not like the ruins of the Southwest where you have standing walls that you can see these big rubble mounds and you have potsherds and things laying on the surface.
There are a lot of preservation issues with particularly archaeological sites as we have more and more people moving to Colorado. There's actually a term for this. The National Park Service has recognized the impact that people have on our sites. We love them to death.
Physical anthropologist Dr. Alice Herlishka stated early human history did not exist in the New World and instead promoted the theory that humans existed in the Americas for a relatively short period of time, only 3,000 to 4,000 years. According to the Smithsonian's Dr. Frank H. Roberts, the question of early man in America became virtually taboo. However, Roberts was not afraid to contradict the toted theory. In contrast, he believed humans predated this limited time period and even hunted megafauna.
Megafauna literally means large fauna, large animals.
The Ice Age in North America, as you might imagine, presented us with a very, very different landscape, right? There are glaciers coming down into North America.
Megafauna roamed the West and throughout the world during the late Pleistocene, the last great ice age. Imagine a ground sloth as big as a hippo.
Muskox look like somebody's idea of an animal. They've got horns, they're kind of like a cow-shaped thing, but they've got this long hair that hangs all over them.
It's unlike anything you've ever seen. And then there were horses and camels and saber-toothed tigers and all kinds of wonderful creatures running all over North America, and then human beings show up. What happens then?
People are really small, megafauna are really big. One of the hallmarks of their technology is spears and getting up really close to animals for hunting.
The vast majority of the archaeological evidence that we have for these people is stone tools. Why? Because stone preserves well in the archaeological record. Does it mean that they weren't collecting plants and other animals and things like that? No, it just means that all we've got left for these people are the stone tools.
That's how we know humans were there. There is a wide variety of artifacts and material culture that Paleo-Indians could have had, but there's a very small portion of it that has survived for archaeologists to study.
And we try to extrapolate from the climate, from the kinds of animal bones that we find, and from the oral traditions of American Indians today, which relate back, in many cases, hundreds, if not thousands of years.
Radiocarbon dating is one of the world's great gifts to archaeology. Carbon-14 in our systems that is in equilibrium. It's in the same proportion as the air that we breathe and the water that we drink and the foods that we eat. As soon as we die, that equilibrium is broken, and the carbon-14 that's in us begins to decay at a known rate called its half-life.
And from that, scientists can date sites based on how much carbon is left.
These are great dates for archaeologists.
Then one of the most methods.
Let me help y'all out with that again. I need y'all to understand what these archaeologists have stated here very quickly. It's very important because I can't play this whole thing. I know PBS probably gonna hit me with content bullshit, yada, yada, yada.
As soon as we die, that equilibrium is broken, and the carbon-14 that's in us begins to decay at a known rate called its half-life.
And from that, scientists can date sites based on how much carbon is left.
Now, this is answering the question about archaeological sites and digs and what they're looking for. So this is how they know that they can find evidence of such. If it is there, they know that how long they have before they can't be able to determine X, Y, and Z.
These are great dates for archaeologists.
Then one of the most important methods that scientists use to learn about the past is context. We have fires, we have tools, we have seeds. All of those make up a context, and archaeologists use the context of how artifacts and features relate to each other in a site to understand the past.
In 1908, George McJunkin, a cowboy and former slave, discovered some unusual...
All right, so here we go. We back to George. So I ain't gonna beat a dead horse, right? We know the story of George, what he was doing, what he discovered, how it went. He would later on die. Someone else will get, state claim to his findings, and boom, everything sets off a whirlwind of data that we know, that we now have, that tells us that the first people of the Americas were not freaking Africans. They were Paleo Indians, which they really didn't call themselves Indians, as pointed out by Khalil in the chat. But that's what we're going to use. Anyone with evidence different than Paleo Indians being in the Americas, being the first people of the Americas, please join the panel with your evidence. If you join my panel and you do not have a source and start talking without a source, we cannot communicate. I am not having a conversation with no one that does not have a source. If you're just gonna just keep running, taking me around the world, no, we're gonna deal with a source, one topic at a time. Again, if you think the first peoples of the Americas was Africans, hit the link. You think okay, let me do this better. Let me say this differently. If you think the first people of the Americas was black, which indicates that they were Africans. Being melanated does not make you my brother or my cousin. Being melanated just means that you develop independently in an area on this earth near the equator where your skin needed some protection against the sun. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to say anything. Just ladies and gentlemen, black, it's an adjective. The very darkest color, or in the absence or complete absorption of light, the opposite of white, belonging to or denoting a human group having dark colored skin, especially of sub-Saharan African ancestry. Black, color or pigment, a member of a human group having dark colored skin, especially one of sub-Saharan ancestry. That don't work for you? You want a different definition? You want to go, you want us to pull up the law? You want us to do this? You want to go to, since you like to use etymological fallacies, you want to do that? That's what you want to do? Since you like using etymology, so pay close attention. Black, adjective, absolutely dark, observing all light, the color of a suit of coral. That's what you want to go with? All right, it says more. Black was used of dark-skinned people in Old English, of coffee with nothing added, attested in 1796. Do you really want to deal with black, bro? How black do you want to get? How black do you want to get? Black as a noun, the color black, the meaning of dark-skinned persons, Africans, 1620s. I mean, what do you want to do, bro? But that's immature. So I know specifically what I know what I'm denoting here by the word black, what it means. The Paleo Indians populated the Americas first. They're the first Americans. They were of Eurasian, Oceania, and Southeast Asian descent. That's where they descend from. They descend directly from Eurasians, or some people will say Siberians. Instead of Eurasians, they'll say Siberians. So we'll just say Siberians. Siberians, Oceania people, Southeast Asians, Who's going to say that the first people of the Americas is not one of the three people and that there's something else? Because that's been the topic of the conversation the entire time. Now, Dame, what you can do, where you at, Dame? What you can do is you can show me these Twa people supposed to be in Oceania. You show me them. We're not listening to Kiowa because he came on here the other day and failed. And he don't have a source. So it don't make no sense. All right. So this was part one of a part two series about the people in the Americas. This was done on the Science with Sean channel. The sources and all of that are actually in the description of the video. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play part two of this, and I'm gonna drop the sources to it in the chat. I mean, y'all can see the page right now. I don't know why the screen is highlighted. That's crazy. The reason that I'm doing this is for specific reasons. Because you have a group of people that don't know anything about anything. But they're the loudest, or they try to be the loudest. And it's unfortunate that these type of conversations are being had in the presence of stupidity. The archaeology of McHenry County. Now, if y'all haven't noticed, well, maybe you have, but what I've been doing is I've been going to different places in the United States and extracting archaeological evidence and allowing it to speak, right? To put it on record and allow the information to speak for the better half of everything that's going on in all of these conversations with indirectly with pseudos that you know, pretendians that come on, the internet Indians that come online and want to challenge things. So eventually what you're going to start seeing is that if these people say that they live in a particular place or space, we're going to find out what the real is. So I'll just go ahead and tell you what my efforts are in this fight. I'm making it a point to come at them from the different angle. While they so caught up in Black history and trying to make it an indigenous history or whatever it is that they doing, I'm hitting them with, y'all wasn't even here to even stake claim to that history that Danny and Robborn and Sanev give you every day, every other day, once a week, twice a week. You feel what I'm saying? That's my contribution. My contribution is to say, how can you stake claim in a history and you ain't got no history because you ain't even here, right? You're trying to make yourself inclusive in something. So you're telling me that your indigenousness or your aboriginalness or your nativeness or your stake to claim the Indian begins in the in the era of Reconstruction? That's
craziness.
That's what it sounds like to me, because when they do their genealogy, it seemed like in the 1800s, that's when it stopped. And when it stopped in the 1800s, y'all know what happened? The slave master began to show up. The owner of the slaves began to show up. So I'm not going to give you too much of this, but I did leave it in the description. A little bit about this this information that we're going to get into today is this. Keep it funky all the way. Let me make sure the Zoom is right for y'all. All right. So we're going to get into the archaeology of McHenry County. As you can see, this book was published in 2006. McHenry County is well, it is located, as you can see at the top in red, in northern Illinois. All right, so those of you who are not from Illinois, have no idea about Illinois, we're dealing with Illinois right now. All right, because Illinois is significant in this whole Paleo-Indian perspective, okay? Now, if you're looking at this chronology that's going on right here, you'll see some very interesting things. If you start from the bottom and you look at the pre-Clovis area, the Paleo-Indian era, right? What you remember, they class it as archaic, middle, and late. And then they go to Mississippian and then the proto-historic. All right. But what they're doing is they also date civilizations in historical time. Sabio, I know you right here. You see something very interesting that jumps off in historical time. In the very first column.
What, that Roman Empire Christianity and shit? Or the expansion of Islam and all that?
Yeah, look at that date.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Pretty interesting, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I know there'll be some contention with this whole Mesopotamia thing down here, and you know, it's not always right and exact, or the pyramids. It's not saying Egypt, it's just saying the Egyptian pyramids. So, you know, 10,000 years ago, somewhere around here, we got some stuff going on in Egypt. And Garfield always talk about it, where they were building and showing a nice industrial, a nice little early start to their civilizations, but that's neither here nor there. But you can see this here. So this is a good illustration of where people can start. Then over here, you see the cultural development. And this is significant for understanding Paleo-Indians because they have, you know, you see the seasonal settlements, spears, hunting ice age mammals, all of that about 10,000 BC. Most of the people that claim to be Aboriginal or indigenous, they need to go back and watch Ice Age, the very first Ice Age. The cartoon is more educational than they asses on YouTube. And that's just a fact. Let me check. All right, okay. Just got a whole panel. Y'all went off on his student. Oh, they got a whole panel? Oh,
Yo, I'm over here hollering.
You gonna head over there, Sabio, defend yourself?
Hell, for what? Defend myself for what?
He gonna show you Paul existed.
He gonna show me that Paul didn't exist because he don't believe Paul existed.
Oh yeah. He gonna show you that. Mm-hmm.
So why am I gonna go over there and try to argue with people who use the scholars that say Paul existed, and he gonna try to use them against me? This is pointless. It's a pointless argument.
Yeah, very true. All right, so on the table of contents, I don't know if y'all can see this real good. Fix your settings in YouTube. What you talking about? Anyway, if you look over here, it deals with this whole history, right? Illinois. But there's all the references are here, and it's telling you what they're doing with the sources. So you got the Paleo-Indian, or what some argue Clovis point. But you got to remember the Paleo-Indian is pre-Clovis. And that's something that has been argued because of evidence that they found, which reset first man in the Americas. Let me be clear. Originally, Clovis was the benchmark for when when man began to populate the Americas. But then they found evidence that predated the Clovis point, which moved early man in the Americas. And then they found some other substantiating evidence, and then the boat thing, the raft thing, and understanding how close those little islands were to get to where they needed to get to and hit those target points. And they're still uncovering new information. So they pushed it between 19 and 2025, and then they saying 25 to 33,000 years. Right now, it hasn't gone beyond an assumption of 33,000 years, but there are really, a lot of people that are arguing 15 to 18,000 over that whole 20 something thousand. But let the evidence fall where it may. But we know who the first people of the Americas were, and let's move on. So I don't want to get into the introduction of this. This is well written scholastically, but I want to talk about what are cultural resources, which is the second highlight that you see over here, because this is the significance of why I wanted to build this evening, and this ain't the only source. So I'm gonna zoom in a little bit because I want everybody that's blind like me. I want you to be able to see exactly what I am reading from and what it is saying to you, and it's on page 7. Like I said, I gave everybody the source. So I'm gonna zoom in real good. You should be able to see that real good on YouTube. All right, so what are cultural resources? Cultural resources, both human-made and natural physical features associated with human activity, are representations of our past. They are in most cases finite, unique, fragile, and non-renewable. Tangible remnants of our past ties to our biological and human history, giving us a sense of who we are, how we got here, and where we are going. Yet in the rapid urban expansion of the modern world, these cultural resources are disappearing at an ever-increasing rate. Remember this book from 2006. Recognizing the human need for knowing the past, both the United States Congress and the Illinois legislature have passed laws protecting cultural resources. These acts resulted from the recognition that our finite and non-renewable prehistoric, historic, and paleontological resources provided valuable opportunities to study human behavior and history. It is in the intention of these laws to conserve and protect resources through careful management policies. Object sites, districts, and landscapes should be preserved for the inspiration of present and future Americans. So, the early United States law protecting cultural resources in the Antiquities Act of 1906. Have any of you viewed the Antiquity Act of 1906, which states that it is, because here's, before I go further, listen to what I'm about to say, because this is critical in this whole argument, the way that evidence is submitted, protected, and rendered. They pushed an act. They called it the Antiquities Act of 1906. This act states that it is the responsibility of the federal government, secretaries of the Interior, Agriculture, and War to preserve American antiquities on federal land. Over the years, a number of acts, such as the Historic Sites Act of 1935, that's another important act, the Preservation Act of 1966, the National Environmental Policy Act of 1966, the Archaeological Resource Protection Act of 1979, have protected and preserved cultural resources on federal lands and federally sponsored projects. Pause. When it comes to understanding the entirety of the history of the Americas and who did what, when, where, and how, right? Remember, the federal government can only intervene on those reservations. But if excavations take place and findings uncover themselves, there is acts that protect those sites to prevent people from destroying them and allowing all of us to understand what has been uncovered. So since 1989, new federal state laws have been passed that strengthen not only the protection of known cultural resources, but encourage the identification of previously unrecognized cultural resources as well. Among these are the Illinois Archaeological and Paleontological Resource Protections Acts of 1989. Peep this. Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act of 1990. The Illinois State Agency Historic Resource Preservation Act of 92. The Illinois Human Skeleton Remains Protection Act. Yeah. If skeleton remains are shown up, they have an act to protect them. In Illinois, most projects requiring state license approvals or permits are reviewed by the Illinois Historic Preservation Agency. An archaeological reconnaissance survey is often part of this review. Since 92, the number of archaeological surveys in McHenry County, as well as across the entire state of Illinois, has increased dramatically as the number of surveys. So do the number of archaeological sites discovered and recorded. So I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit just to give you some understanding of what is at stake here. And what is at stake is the protection of such archaeological and cultural resources. My bad. I needed a swig of water anyway. All right, so moving on up to the Upper East Side. Let me get y'all right where I need y'all to be. All right, so real quick, Tyson going in, and I know y'all hear him, so I don't care. It's my dog. The McHenry County landscape greatly influenced how and where people lived. Over the past 12,000 years, the landscape has varied greatly. It is essential to have basic understanding of the geology, landforms, climate, and vegetation found in McHenry County to understand how people interacted with the adapted to their surroundings. The term BP stands for before present. So when you see BP in this article, they're talking about before present, okay? And it is used below. For archaeologists, geologists, and other scientists who measure time, the present is conventionally set at AD 1950. All right. So McHenry County, located approximately 20 miles west of Lake Michigan, incorporates 611 square miles. The county is divided into two watersheds, the Kishwaukee River in the west and the Fox River in the east. Elevation across the county varies from 730 feet within the Fox River Basin, 11,090 feet northeast of Harvard, near the Wisconsin border. The present landscape has been shaped principally by continental glaciers during the Pleistocene, especially during the most recent glaciation, the Wisconsin. And remember, everybody, we talked about that on the previous show about the Wisconsin situation. Deposits from this glacier buried older bedrock deposits and filled in large proportions of the river valleys. Bedrock in McHenry County includes Silurian dolomite deposited 400 million years ago. Ordovincian limestone and dolomite deposits 450 million years ago. Both types of bedrocks were formed when shallow seas covered the interior of the United States. These seas were not stable. At the time, northern Illinois was near the seashore, and at other times, far out to sea. Now, I know what you're thinking. How the hell are they dating rock 400 million years ago? How they know those deposits are 400 million years old? They have a dating system that allowed them to dig into the earth to uncover those things. And the deeper you go, the more is revealed. And the evidence that is left behind provides an illustration of what actually transpired. But they can tell if water was there, because you'll have water vapor in some areas. They could tell if something else was there. They could tell that in other instances, but they're really good at what they do. And they know, we know how old the earth is, just to be honest. So, and in knowing this information and being able to dig that deep and to be able to get a piece of history and implement it in that manner, basically means that if they're digging in these places and they're dating that far back, at some point they were looking to run into potentially bones of some sort, human or animal. Something would have revealed itself. So for those people who say that you're native or you're indigenous and you've always been here, it's archaeological evidence like this that tells you that you. All right, so starting 1.6 million years ago, continental glaciers began to form the centers of eastern and central Canada. Mean annual temperature was lower than today. It was 4 to 7 degrees Celsius or 7 to 13 degrees Fahrenheit. Winter snows did not completely melt during the summers. I'm gonna say it again. Winter snows did not completely melt during the summers. Over time, the weight of the ice and the snow formed the glaciers to flow southward into the northern reaches of the United States. There were 4 major advancements of the continental glaciers during the Pleistocene. You had the Nebraskian, the Kansas, Illinoisan, and the Wisconsin. Why is this even important? Because that's when we know how thick the ice is, how far south this ice cap went, and how uninhabitable lands could have been or to even come into the Americas. All right, so that's just to give you a little stretch. This is backing up all the science that we've dealt with before. Watch this. The last glacial maximum in eastern North America was during the Wisconsin Glacier, 20,000 BP. That's before present. After 15,000 BP, the ice began to melt. We do not know at this time whether we are currently in the middle of an interglacial following the Wisconsin Glacier or if the ice age is actually over. We can't predict that. What if it came back? We effed up. I guess we'd be in South America, all of us. I don't mind going to South America. I got some family down there. They got dropped off during the Holocaust. So I'm going to skip on over a little bit because this ain't going to talk about nothing but the glacier period. And I want to get into what I want to introduce to everybody. So we talked about these cultural resources earlier, and McHenry County is full of cultural resources. Main thing is that this pre-Clovis site in McHenry County, let me go back and let y'all know, as of December 31st, 2003, 379 sites were recorded within the Illinois State Museum, the institution that now manages the state sites files. All right. Some of these sites were occupied many times throughout prehistory. Some have both prehistory and historic occupations. Some contain only a few artifacts, others hundreds or even thousands. Those containing few artifacts are often called isolated finds and usually contains little information about the past life ways. Some sites from the historic period appears to be dumps. Items brought into the site from unknown locations, isolated finds, historic dumps have not been included in this culture history, and so on. So prehistory. Although people probably entered North America from Asia, y'all heard this again. Although people probably entered North America from Asia at least 20,000 years ago, evidence for their presence in the Midwest before 12,000 BP is lacking. From the time of the initial entry into the county until the arrival of the Europeans in the 17th century, the archaeological record shows evidence for continuous population growth and changing social adaptation to new developments in both the natural and social landscape. These are things that make you go, They have evidence for a continuous population growth and changing social adaptations to new developments in both the natural and social landscape. What this tells us is this: if there's a core group of people that are coming in, these people encounter other people, then it would have been some type of fight for survival of the fittest, because people are trying to protect and defend. What is it to protect and defend? Your natural resources, things that you're using for your preservation. However, if another group of people is threatening your preservation, then war should transpire. And believe you me, there was plenty of little small pocket beefs that transpired in pre-Clovis period. But we ain't here to talk about that today. What we're here to talk about is all the things that you see on the screen. The Paleo-Indian period. The first inhabitants of northern Illinois and McHenry County arrived shortly after the southern border of the Wisconsin ice sheet retreated into Wisconsin sometime around 12,000 years ago. These people, what people? The Paleo-Indians were nomadic bands of hunter-gatherers who lived in small groups and traveled over large territories. The sites are most often identified by the presence of fluted points like the Clovis point in Plate 1. These tools were typically very well made and were used as spear points and knives. Fluted points have been found throughout the United States. Other artifacts found from this time period include stone scrapers, engravers, and bone tools. No sites from this time period in northern Illinois have been dated by radiometric means. 2 sites containing fluted points and 4 isolated fluted points have been found in McHenry County. And we'll look at Figure 3. Although the large game such as extinct forms of bison and elephant were hunted by the Paleo-Indian groups on the western plains, hold on, let me run that back. Although large game such as extinct forms of bison and elephant were hunted by Paleo-Indian groups on the western plains, there are no documented kill sites east of the Mississippi River. So, my question to the Abos: when were you hunting bison and elephant? Do you have any type of oral tradition or story that talks about these things that could have been passed down through generation? I didn't think you did. So, evidence for butchering and a few stone tools have been found in association with mammoth remains from the Hurriel and the Chafour sites in southern Wisconsin, but whether these animals were hunted or scavenged is unknown. Available evidence suggests that Paleo-Indian groups followed a seasonal migratory cycle relying on deer, small mammals, and vegetation for most of their food supply. One consequence of this highly mobile lifestyle is that little trash accumulated in one spot. You heard that right. Little trash accumulated in one spot, making the location and identification of Paleo-Indian sites difficult. Sites are usually located on high river terraces or in upper land areas on, upper land areas on wetland edges. These locations did not flood. They offered easy access to aquatic plant and animal resources and served as vantage points for locating larger game. All right, so what we're going to look at now, and I'm not going to bore y'all to death, just some of the plates or the artifacts that were found that date back Clovis, pre-Clovis point. All right, and these were tools that were made. So I'm gonna scroll down and across. All of these are tools. I cannot make this up. They're all tools relating to a cultured group from 10,000 to 3,000 years. And this is what we get. I'm gonna come on down and I'm gonna come back left. But I want to show you. There's an immense amount of evidence that works here. Excuse the dogs in the background. They barking for Tyson. They want him to come out and play at 10 o'clock at night. All right. Look at that. The Mississippi points. Yeah, these were found by Kofi House in his backyard. Yep. That's why they call them Mississippi points. Look at that time period. 1,450 before present AD, 1,000 to 1,600. Then they had a proto-historic. We ain't even got to get into all of that. So I wanted to kind of just throw this on y'all, man, because it needs to be thrown on y'all. And when you get a chance, you can go back and you can read some of this stuff. But look, in 1673 to 1832, this is what it says. The Fox and the Kickapoo Indians, you heard me, the Fox and the Kickapoo Indians passed through the Fox Valley during the early 18th century. This when they were retreating, but did not establish villages. Members of other nations, for example, the Ottawa, Miami, the Menominee, the Winnebago, are noted within mixed villages during the historic period. The Fox River was the eastern boundary of the Muscogee between 1655 and 1679, and was the border between the eastern and western Muscogee bands between 1679 and 1735. Muscogee were a semi-sedentary Algonquin-speaking tribe who had fled west from Michigan under Iroquois attack. Told you they were retreating. You didn't believe me. You thought I was making it up. In 1682, some Muscogee settled between the Fox and the Des Plaines River. In the Round Lake area, they relied on a mixed economy of corn agriculture supplemented by summer bison hunts and winter deer and bear hunts. Their settlement pattern consisted of a large summer village within the lakeshore or river plant forest and scattered fall-winter camps. Canoes were utilized after 1728 when the Muscogee became involved in the fur trade. Political and military troubles with the French, the Ottawa, and the Potawatomi resulted in an upheaval. The Muscogees then shifted to the south and east, eventually consolidating with the Kickapoo, while the Potawatomi extended their territory from Wisconsin into northern Illinois. It's a little prehistory of the little beef that goes on between them. And of course, if you're unfamiliar, I would highly recommend you pull up the Black Hawk War, because you got some Abos claiming to be Black Hawk, and you can eliminate them really, really quick with this source. And others. All right, so again, here go the early settlers. Right here. So this article has a lot of information. But what you're not going to see on here is these fake Indians claiming to be some of these early settlers. They ain't on here. I guarantee you. All right, so I'm going to pause right here on this source, and I'm going to take you somewhere else. Before I get that off, I do want to kind of look through the chat and see if I lost some people, because I know some people they got comprehension problem. There go that old sucker ass nigga named Kyle. Sutek said Tyson got some bitches waiting. He said Sean ain't answering no Abo questions. Y'all got all the questions and none of the answers. Sit back and learn. Facts.
Hold up. Does that say a curriculum guide for grades 8 through 12, Sean?
You heard me. You heard me.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
That's how low their education is.
Yeah, we gotta go all the way back. We gotta start over.
Take these niggas to junior high school.
Once pulled out a 5th grade book, I decided to be a little bit more respectful. I gotta watch No Fall myself, Sutet. I'm gonna watch it in a little bit. I'm gonna be up all night. I'm on an all-night flight. What Denise said? Bar method reloaded. Hit the link. Hold on. We can't go nowhere yet. I need my reader. Let me get my reader. Come on here, Denise. Nah, she ain't left no damn well. Bring your ass here. Come on, man. Come on, man. Quit playing. We're trying to learn here together. We're a team. Okay. You had to recap the 5th. Okay, I got you. Oh yeah, I just need to catch this episode that just dropped. There we go. Boom. All right, so we got the sister in the building. Give us some
I'm
balance.
about to be reading all night.
No, you're not.
I'm telling you.
Nah, yeah, we're gonna share.
Mm.
All right, so real quick, I want to get into this source right here because it's not the entirety of the source, but you got to remember everything is in there. So what does it say? Investigating the first peoples, the Clovis child burial, a curriculum guide for 8th graders to 12th.
Yeah.
All right, so what is the significance of this? I don't know if y'all remember on Garfield's show, Sabio, you might remember, but when Thunder was reading that article and talking about the kid being found and how they do the afterlife prep and all of that.
Yeah, I remember.
Afterlife crap.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally remember all of that.
But it's part of their cultural identity and things like that. Well, I wanted to bring a little bit more clarity to what's going on with that, but I wanted to do it from a high school perspective or middle to high school perspective, because I think that's where a lot of people dropped out. That's claiming to be indigenous and aboriginal.
I'll agree with that.
I think they did. I don't know. They might got a GED. Nothing against GED, but they might got a GED.
8th, 9th, 10th grade, 11th grade. Yep, that's about right.
Mm-hmm. And they didn't
I don't
pass.
know. My children are in those grades, and I don't think that they're going to think that they are Aboriginal.
Well, let's see what
That's
I'm trying.
it's a cognitive. I don't know. That's just the self-hate.
They got self-hate. This dude cannot go to sleep since he hear a dog barking. All right, so what I want to do is I want to kind of just touch on some stuff, and I want to use the sister to help us get through the illustration because it's what she do. Now, real quick, let me bag back out of this real quick so people can see this. If you look on the screen, other publications by Project Archaeology. If you go to the website, it'll take you to all of this. But look at the grades. Look at the grades, y'all. 3rd through 5th. 4th through 7th.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not making this up. Intrigue of the past. I'm telling you, this is how it goes down.
We got to take them to elementary school books with pictures.
We got to take them. We got to get somewhere. All right, so this is important real quick, and we'll just read the first. Okay, Denise, I just get you to read the first two paragraphs, okay? From here to you can stop at some period of time, and then I read this one. I really want people to hear this.
Okay, start where?
Knowing the
Archaeology?
in history. Yep.
Okay. Knowing the past, archaeology, and history. Archaeology and history share the same goal of seeking to reconstruct and understand the human past. The two disciplines.
Hold on. Don't go too fast. You know these people slow, right? The Abos, you know they slow. So we go too
Okay.
fast, they ain't gonna understand it. But hold on, you said something that was very important. What is the goal of archaeology and history?
Reconstruct and understand the human past.
Okay, so the goal of archaeology and history is to reconstruct and understand the human past. Okay, we with you. Go ahead, my sister.
The two disciplines differ in some important ways. Of the two, history is the more familiar way to know about the past. History relies on written evidence such as diaries, letters, public documents like treaties or laws, legal documents, or literature. These documents can range from something as important as the Declaration of Independence or as humble as a grocery store ledger. For the most part, these documents, hold on.
Oh boy, she finna go regulate the household. The Xbox 360 Call of Duty is live.
Oh, that was my girl's good job. Okay, where is that at?
These documents can range from something as important.
These documents can range from something as important as the Declaration of Independence or as humble as a grocery store ledger. For the most part, these documents were written intentionally to relay a particular piece of information, and for this reason, they are inherently biased. Look at that. Historical documents might record a special event or a narrative about a person's experiences or provide information about individuals, their character, or experiences. Archaeology uses material evidence such as artifacts, buildings, stone walls, fire hearths, foundations, butchered animal bones, charred seeds, or even altered landscapes to reconstruct the past. An archaeological site might comprise an entire city or a small scatter of stone artifacts on the surface of the ground. Archaeological data are rarely produced intentionally. Rather, they are the unintentional evidence of human activity. For example, people who killed and butchered Persian gazelles on the banks of the Euphrates River in what is now Syria were just getting something to eat and probably not trying to communicate anything to anyone. In this sense, archaeological remains do not carry the same bias as written records, which were produced intentionally. The archaeological record rarely records the lives of individuals, but is instead a result of collective activity. Similarly, with the exception of sites like Pompeii, which was buried in volcanic ash in AD 79, archaeologists rarely find evidence of a single event. Most archaeological sites are the accumulation of physical materials from many events over some period of time.
All right, so based on what you just read right there, what would you get from the first two paragraphs?
Well, kind of that you use like history and archaeology together.
Right.
Because history is it's recorded, but it's biased to whoever is recording it. Where archaeology is more so just studying like the habits of the people and the nature.
All of it has to deal with trying to extract and provide evidence to substantiate what history is telling us.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
They work together.
Right. So that's what I mean by this fight, y'all. When we talk about when we have these conversations with people that are claiming to be Aboriginal or indigenous to this land, or whether it's Hebrew Israelites, or if it's the Ta-Nehisi, or the Ta-Mary, commissions of 125th Street in Harlem. the Harlem Commissions. If it's them, that territory up there where a lot of the pseudoisms are created, and they giving us some history, right? The history could be what they could be spitting some history, but if we don't have the evidence, we can't substantiate it. So, you know, we got to go in and we got to deal with what we got to deal with and present that. The problem with us is the fact that we lack in one area and ignore it in another area. So that's why I said when we fight in this battle, we got to fight this battle two different ways. We got to let truth and them come with the history, and then we come with the archaeology to support them, or we come with the evolutionary resources to support them, whatever they got going on, because both of us are gonna weed the Aboriginal out. So, all right, let's move on. But it's all about evidence. So historical evidence may seem the more direct in the light of difficulties in making sense of the archaeological record. A written account of what happened after all is pretty close to just telling us the answer. Archaeologists may struggle, for example, with their inscrutable potsherds to figure out patterns of Athenian colonization, but the Thucydides plainly says that there were a colony at Mytilene that part of the case seems closed. Now we know. But of course, the case of Athenian colony in Mytilene is not closed any more than the testimony of eyewitnesses is sufficient to make the courtroom case. The jury needs more than just the words of a testimony. They must also know some background on the credibility of the witness. So when these people get on a panel and they have something to say, and then they blame it on grandmama, we need more than just the words of grandmama. They must also know some background on the credibility of grandmama. Each discipline has both strengths and weaknesses despite the limitations of each. They both have a powerful role to play in knowing the past. When used together, they can complement one another to give us a deeper, richer picture of the past. Now, I'm not going to get into archaeology in the classroom or teaching citizenship with archaeology. Not going to get into all of that. But I want to get... What else, Sabio?
Keep doing you. I'm listening.
Okay. Get into an overview of the project archaeology investigating the first peoples of Clovis. So, Denise, can you please read from the project to the understanding for us?
Okay. Project Archaeology is a comprehensive education program primarily for upper elementary through high school teachers and their students. The program as a whole teaches four overarching enduring understandings. Understanding the past is essential for understanding the present and shaping the future. Learning about cultures, past and present, is essential for living in a pluralistic society and world. Archaeology is a systematic way to learn about past cultures. Stewardship of archaeological sites and artifacts of everyone's responsibility. Stewardship of archaeological sites and artifacts is everyone's responsibility. Keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Project Archaeology used two well-researched learning models to develop this curriculum unit on the archaeological study of food and culture. Understanding by Design, a backwards design model by Grant Williams and J. McTeague.
Yeah.
Both models emphasize teaching for deep understandings of big ideas or broad concepts rather than acquisition of isolated facts. For Wiggins and McTeague, enduring understandings are the big ideas, the important understandings that we want students to get inside of and retain after they've forgotten many of the details. Similarly, Erickson emphasizes the selection of universal generalizations or enduring understandings to organize and facilitate student learning rather than memorizing facts or focusing on topics. The curriculum is designed to help the students master the enduring understandings.
All right, so this curriculum unit teaches 3 enduring understandings specific to the theme of ancient burials. These enduring understandings are derived from the 4 overarching enduring understandings for Project Archaeology. There was someone that said on Garfield show that talked about archaeology. I think it was, or was it somebody that came on? Nah, it was somebody that came on my show, and that dude was a part of your back chat or one of them chats that you was in, and he had a funny name, like he was like Kemet, but something else. And he talked about how the bones, like they'll discover a bone and then they'll put it somewhere and then they'll come out later and say it was something. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So this also puts him into harm's way. So because he doesn't know much about how archaeological sites work and evidence. So burial sites provided a human connection to the past and can reveal the culture of ancient people. The Clovis Child burial from the Anzique site provides a human connection to the past and reveals how ancient people expressed their love and grief. Studying ancient and human remains has ethical implications, though. So, real quick, if no one knows about the site, I would highly suggest you go back a couple of shows and peep it. But we did do it on Garfield show. I had Thunder reading it, and it talked about Anzique 1 and Anzique 2 and how they found the evidence of this child who helped them. Let me just say it like this. When they found the child remains, it was enough for them to extract DNA, and it helped them sequence the whole genome. So that was pivotal for science. And even after that, there were people that gathered around that were indigenous to the lands, and they gave them a proper burial afterwards. So they removed the remains on their own merit, and they didn't want people to involve or disturb. So you should know more about that. Anyway, essential questions facilitate thinking by engaging students in uncovering and enduring understanding at the heart of each lesson. Rather than simply covering content, students uncover big ideas through asking and investigating important questions. Listen to this, Kiowa. Students uncover big ideas through asking and investigating important questions. Questions that cannot be answered with a yes or no or a single sentence. You see, the questions that you ask are either yes or no, or in a single sentence because you lack comprehension. However, in this unit, essential questions guide each phase of learning. So the assessment are an integral part of the each instructional event, and that the unit as a whole are designed to determine if students have grasped the enduring understanding. This is why we ask questions and we try to see if y'all mofos can read. So let me skip ahead a little bit so we can get into the body of the bill. And it's sad that we got to go all the way back to an 8th grade, 8th to 12th grade rendition of a piece of work to kind of give you an idea of how archaeology works and how they use a real scenario to implement it and to teach it to freaking kids. So I'm not going to get into the learning cycle because all of y'all should know the learning cycle is real simple. Uncover prior knowledge. That's what we're doing. Discover new knowledge. That's what we're always doing. Reflect on the new knowledge. If you don't know what reflection is, let me tell you what it is. All righty. So once we gather some evidence and we see the new knowledge, let's sit back and just take it in a little bit. All right, let's think about Clovis site. What did they find at the Clovis site? What made it so significant? Were there bones there? Did they find any remnants of animals being killed by these Clovis spears and potentially burial grounds or mounds around there? Just anything. Let's say all that transpired. So we would need to reflect on each piece of evidence that connects All of these things that present itself as new evidence. And then we would make an assessment. But in your community, Kyle, why y'all don't do that? Y'all don't know how to assess anything. Y'all don't know how to review anything. You don't even know how to uncover new information. Someone says something and then all of y'all tried to go out and prove that you was Indians. None of you asked yourself, am I really an Aboriginal? What is it to be an Aboriginal? How does that make me distinct? And where should I go to start my real research to support this feeling that I have? And then none of you questioned or tried to falsify any of that stuff that y'all started to believe, which was pretty interesting. So Denise, we're not gonna get into the lessons, but we're gonna get into some important understandings real quick. Let me get past the teacher stuff. Let's go. You ready?
Yes.
All right. The Anzique site is where we start.
The Anzique site is located near Wilsaw, Montana, in the Shields Valley, lying between the Crazy Mountains and the Bridger Mountain Range. Flathead Creek flows through the valley, soon joining the Shields River that flows into the Yellowstone River. This site is located on the land of Melvin and Helen Anzique. In 1968, two construction workers, Hargis and Sarver, were digging fill dirt with a backhoe for a nearby building project. After removing about 90 yards of talus, the backhoe operator uncovered some finer soil. As he was pulling a bucket load of this fine dirt out of the embankment with the backhoe, he noticed a large, shiny, different colored rock fall out of the bank at about his eye level. He recognized the rock as a stone tool. He immediately stopped digging from the backhoe in a particular area and alerted his partner to the find. After work that night, the two construction workers and their wives came back to the site and began to remove artifacts by hand. At the end of the evening, they had collected 8 fluted projectile points, 2 end scrapers, 2 side scrapers, 3 flake tools, 69 large heat-treated shirt bifaces, and at least 6 complete and partial bone non-human foreshafts.
So there is the arrow that shows you where Crazy Mountain is, and that's named after an Indian, by the way. A lot of Montana, as you can see on the map, will have some type of Indian recognition or name to it, because there's places up there, reservations still. But anyways, let's continue. So here's a view from the top of the hill where the site is at, where they found the evidence. All right, we cool on that? Cool. Okay, so you can continue, ma'am.
The group removed 90 artifacts from the site that evening. Along with the artifacts, the group found skeletal remains of 2 humans. Little did this small group know what they had just discovered.
Hold up. Tell me again, what happened? What they find?
They found 90 artifacts and skeletal fragments of 2 humans.
Skeletal fragments of 2 humans. Okay, so let's figure out who these people is. Go ahead.
Okay. Little did the small group know that they had just discovered one of the oldest human burials in the Americas and the largest assemblage of Clovis artifacts found to date. Hargis and Sarver were not the first to find Clovis-era artifacts in the valley. In 1961, Bill Braje found a projectile point while fishing along the confluence of Flathead Creek and the Shields River on the Anzique property, very close to the area where Hargis and Sarver made their discovery. According to Braje, the projectile point was in the back dirt of a marmot or badger hole. He also noticed bones covered in red ochre protruding from the black dirt pile. What's that?
What is orch?
C.
Ochre is like paint. It's like
It's down there.
cover.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, I keep reading.
My bad.
Braje thought they looked.
Did I miss y'all look?
Yes.
There you go.
Oh, there it is. Yes, Braje thought they looked like knuckle bones. What? Although the context was badly disturbed, the site was studied by several professional and avocational archaeologists between 1968 and 1999. All told, the original removal of artifacts by the construction workers and archaeological investigations yielded 125 artifacts and skeletal remains of 2 children.
Hold on.
In 2000.
Hold on. So between 1968 and 1999, what is it? 31 years? 31 years, right?
Something like that. Close to 30.
Okay. They found
31.
They found 125 artifacts and skeleton remains of 2 children.
Mm-hmm.
So it took that long to find that many artifacts and the remains of 2 children. So what happened in 2001?
In 2001, the human remains were dated by scientists at the National Museum of Natural History at the Smithsonian Institution.
So they weren't dated by originals. They were dated by scientists?
Yeah.
Okay.
They determined that the bones found at the site were from 2 different individuals. The red ochre stained bones found at the bottom of the cache of artifacts belonged to a 1 and 2-year-old child, while the bleached bones found closer to the surface were from a 7 and 8-year-old child. The dates of the 2 sets of bones were also different. The bleached bones were from between 7920 to 7894 BC. Yeah, go down.
You can't see that?
No.
It say 8600 plus or minus 90 radiocarbon years.
Oh, yeah. Okay. 8600 plus or minus 90 radiocarbon years before the present.
All right. So continue right here.
Okay. The ochre stained bones were even older, dating between 10,765 to 10,615 BC, 10,680 plus or minus 50 of that stuff I said before. These dates were computed in 1983. These dates were computed in 1983 and 1988. Technology rapidly changes and better dating techniques become available in the early 1990s. So in 1997, the bones of the 1 and 2-year-old were dated again and came in between 11,540 to 11,316 BC, 11,550 plus or minus 60, the radiocarbon stuff they're talking about, which is almost 1,000 years older than the first date. However, according to Stafford, the technician who ran the test, the age of 11,540 BC is tantalizing and needs further corroboration for definite confirmation. Both sets of bones are fragmentary at best. The 1 and 2-year-old child is represented by 28 cranial fragments, the left clavicle, the left 4th rib, and the right 3rd and 4th rib. The 7 to 8-year-old child is represented by 4 articulating pieces of the posterior left and right, parietals, and the occipital squamous. The remains of the children are very incomplete, and Ousley and Hunt came to no conclusion concerning their lives or their cause of death. By the late 1980s, interest in the Anzac site began to grow. In 1988 and 1989, a good part of the collection was loaned to the Montana Historical Society in Helena, Montana, for a permanent exhibit called Montana Homeland. In 2001, the Anzac collection became front page news across the state when Montana House Bill 165 of the Montana Repatriation Act was introduced into the Montana legislature. The bill called for
A who act?
huh?
A who act? What kind of act?
The Montana Repatriation Act.
Okay.
What is it? Okay, so what is it? Providing a mechanism for the return of human skeletal remains or funerary objects taken from burial sites prior to July 1st, 1991, to a tribal group, next of kin, or descendant able to establish cultural affiliation. Existing lithic material and other artifacts of non-human derivation removed from the Anzac site on or before July 1st, 1991. From the provisions of this act, requiring a hearing pursuant to the Montana Administrative Procedure Act, providing for an appeal of any burial preservation board decision to district court, staying a board decision regarding repatriation or study during an appeal, providing for payment of testing and reimbursement of court costs and reasonable attorney fees, providing procedural rulemaking authority to the board, and providing an immediate effective date.
Why you say that?
I'm not done reading. While it was mandated, the other mortuary objects needed to be returned to tribes. The Anzac lithic materials were exempted from the bill by an amendment and will always belong to the Anzac family and to the families of the construction workers, unless they decide to sell the artifacts to another party. Oh, that sucks.
All right. So what you think about that last little bit of information regarding, not only just the acts, but the fact that how they do things, they just put things together. What's your perspective?
I mean, no say. What do you mean how they put it together?
I mean, the work.
That was a whole lot.
Yeah, it was a whole lot, but do you feel like it was detailed enough for you to actually see what the archaeologists are going through and how they take into the accounts the bones and all of that stuff, and how they created these acts to help do what needed to be done for the families and so on and so forth?
Well, yeah. I mean, I get it. They have bones,
Right.
but they still. I mean, I feel like they should have been able to keep the artifacts too. But I understand that it's like those are people; they're not just bones. So even though you're studying them, they still belong to somebody.
Factamundo. All right, so now we get into the Clovis culture. This is the name given to the group of people who lived in the Americas approximately 13 to 12,000 years ago. The name Clovis comes from the Clovis era archaeological sites found in the excavated Clovis, New Mexico in 1932. Clovis culture is also called Paleo-Indian culture by archaeologists. The origins of these people living such a long time ago are still under dispute. Got to remember that. Some American Indian people reject the archaeological reconstructions. Vine Delaria Jr., the American Indian scholar, remember, listen to me. We got American Indian scholar being quoted. What does he say? Finds that the idea of trans-Beringer migrations to be absurd and unacceptable. That's his perspective. Goes on to say, some Native Americans feel the scientific explanation does not correspond with the oral traditions and religious beliefs. They feel their people originated in America and they have been here forever, which is much longer than 13,000 years. Clovis people were hunter and gatherers. They hunted large game, including mammoth, mastodons, and bisons. They were living in the mega mammal landscape. The majority of the Clovis sites excavated to date represent kill sites where hunting events took place. Many Clovis sites have Clovis points I can't even say the word, interpersed with mammoth and other large mammal bones. So look at here, we have an image of Clovis type technology, and they're talking about those arrow pointing, right? So I'm not going to read any of that to you, but why the site is significant? The Anzac site is significant for many reasons. The site represents the oldest human, listen very closely, Kiowa. You in the chat. You talking and you disturbing in this learning moment when you could be learning and observing and appreciating this information. The Anzac site is significant For many reasons, the site represents the oldest human burial in North America and the only known burial associated with Clovis culture. According to archaeologist Michael Waters, Jake Fisher, an archaeologist and professor of anthropology at Montana State University, stated that the burial of a young child is highly unusual. This child was buried ceremonially, which is indicated by the red ochre accompanying the burial. The child is also buried with a very specialized toolkit of learning kit. This burial has all the markings of a high status burial, but children were not commonly given high status in hunter-gatherer societies for the obvious reasons relating to high infant mortality rates. Nowhere in the past or present is there evidence of children in smaller hunter-gatherer societies having a much status as the child seems to have been given, because red ochre is a symbolic and represents many different things for many different people. It is important to know why it is used to cover this child and the artifacts associated with this child. We can only guess at the meanings. Researchers have a few clues about how he died. Over the past 46 years, there have been many research projects focusing on the Anzac materials. More recently, there's been DNA analysis of the skeleton remains of the two children buried at the Anzac site. The more recent DNA analysis is the topic of this curriculum. Now, what lessons does Shane Doyle, member of the Crow tribe, want school children to learn from the Clovis child burial? Now, again, Shane Doyle, who is a member of the Crow tribe, what he want these kids to know? Let's find out. Let's see what he want Kiowa to learn. He said that he want Kiowa to learn that the burial shows how American Indians have always cared for their children. So Shane Doyle of the Crow tribe wanted Kiowa, fake internet Indian, to know. He said, child, I want you to know that this is how we've always cared for our children. He goes on to say, one of the most important things is how we treated our children, the kind of care that we always have had for our children. We don't skimp on our kids, and that's the reason we survived all these years. People will look into that Clovis burial, and they will see that this was a 2-year-old boy. He wasn't a chief. He wasn't a great hunter. He wasn't a great warrior. He had never really contributed to any economic benefits to his tribe. But the respect and love that was shown to him was really beyond measure and would probably go beyond anything people do today. I guess the grief that these people express in their burial is timeless in my mind. And I think it is a story people everywhere around the world should know. How, again, those values have survived for 12,600 years into today. These people ain't related to a Kiowa or know who he is. He from VA. We got pre-Clovis in the VA. We got Clovis in the VA. All the places that he say he from, we got the evidence, and he got none. Flex bomb. So let's go. We're gonna skip past the discovery report because we're well aware of what was assessed and uncovered. And we're gonna come on through here and we're gonna hit one more little point, and then we're gonna transition into a whole new bill. Look how beautiful this is. This dude ain't got no ethics. Let me get past all the little understandings of it. All right, here we go. You ready?
Yes.
Now, hold on. This is written by Shane Doyle. Remember, he of the Crow tribe. You know, many people be talking about who's the author, who wrote it, who did this, who did that. Well, we have someone that's an actual Native American writing this. And the title of this is the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. So we need to just be clear on this, and then we can move on a little bit. I don't want to give everybody too much sauce.
Okay. The Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, also known as NAGPRA, is a federal law that was passed by the U.S. Congress in 1990 to protect the burials, both ancient and recent, of American Indian people. NAGPRA is officially known as U.S. Public Law 101-601, 25 U.S.C. 3001-3013. And it has several sections which describe what the law is supposed to do. The law was created in 1990 because many American Indian people urged the federal government to reverse its 150-year-old policy of collecting and storing Native American skeletons and other sacred funerary objects. Before the NAGPRA law was passed, museums were allowed to keep the remains of Native American people. Both those bones discovered by archaeologists or taken by U.S. Army for study. Along with these bones and their collections, museums also own other sacred objects that were included in tribal burial sites. But many things changed for museums, archaeologists, and also tribal people when NAGPRA became the law of the land. NAGPRA forced all federal agencies and all museums receiving federal funding, including the Smithsonian Institution, to make a full record of all of their human remains and work to return those remains to tribal agencies who made requests for specific items. NAGPRA changed the law in America for the better because it required scientists and museums to give greater respect towards the ancestral bones and sacred funerary objects of Native Americans. The Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act was a landmark law that has achieved a great amount, but the law is limited because it does not apply to human remains and other funerary objects that are privately owned. Individual people in private museums, such as the Buffalo Bill Cody Museum of the West in Cody, Wyoming, are not required to return any objects that may be considered sacred in their collection to tribal communities. NAGPRA is also limited in its ability to protect objects that tribes are unable to make a specific claim towards, which means that even though a sacred object might have belonged to tribal people thousands of years ago, modern Native American people aren't able to request for them back from federal museums because they don't have adequate documented proof. What?
Yeah, it's crazy, ain't it?
In the year 2015, NAGPRA will celebrate its 25th anniversary. Dang, that wasn't that long ago.
Nope.
Which offers an opportunity to reflect on the strengths and weaknesses of the law. It's time to look back on what NAGPRA has helped society achieve and also where the law has fallen short and how it can be improved. The Anzic child's DNA has shown that all tribal people are directly related to Clovis people of 13,000 years ago. So now there's that.
Say that again, real slow for the chat.
The Anzic child's DNA has shown that all tribal people are directly related to the Clovis people of 13,000 years ago. So now there's definitive proof that modern Native Americans have an authentic claim to all of the bones and other sacred funerary objects that may be in the ground. Should this new discovery be utilized to improve the law? This is just one of the many things to consider about the NAGPRA on its 25th anniversary, which was some years ago.
All right, so that's what I wanted you to get to was this point right here, is that the Anzic child's DNA has shown that all tribal people are directly related to the Clovis people of 13,000 years ago. So now there's definitive proof that modern Native Americans have authentic claim to all the bones and other sacred funerary objects that may be in the ground. Kiowa, you ain't got none of this. None, zero, zilch. You just a dude in the chat asking a bunch of people questions about their DNA and you don't even understand DNA. So I'm gonna hit too far on the Clovis. Like I said, everything that I have is always sourced up. So I wanna go on. I wanna move on to something else a little bit more significant here. And I wanna enter this into the evidence court as well. This is also dealing with Department of Anthropology papers. Yeah, you gotta go to these universities to get that work. And this is Indigenous Knowledge and Traditional Knowledge. This was written in 2014 by Bukar. And if I said the name wrong, I don't care. But I'm not going to get too far into this, but I'm going to allow Denise, you know what I'm saying, to read the abstract for us so you know why I'm submitting this into the YouTube scholarship arena of evidence.
Okay, abstract. Over time, indigenous peoples around the world have preserved distinctive understandings rooted in cultural experience that guide relations among human, non-human, and other than human beings in specific ecosystems. These understandings and relations constitute a system broadly identified as indigenous knowledge, also called traditional knowledge or aboriginal knowledge. Archaeologists conducting excavations in indigenous locales may uncover physical evidence of indigenous knowledge, like artifacts, landscape modifications, ritual markers, stone carvings, or faunal remains. But the meaning of this evidence may not be obvious to non-indigenous or non-local investigators. Researchers can gain information and insight by consulting indigenous traditions. These localized knowledges contain crucial.
You just broke up all the way.
I know. Hold on.
You need to connect to the Wi-Fi.
Somebody call my phone.
These
I don't even know where it's at.
These localized knowledges
Contain crucial information that can explain and contextualize scientific data. Archaeologists should, however, strive to avoid interference with esoteric knowledges, sacred sites, ritual landscapes, and cultural property. Research consultation with local indigenous knowledge bearers is recommended as a means to ensure ethical practice and avoid unnecessary harm to sensitive sites and practices. You want to keep reading?
Nah.
Okay.
So basically, you set the stage for what's going on here. But this is a well-written article that people should dive into. But Kiowa, do you look like this gentleman right here? His name is Roger Paul Passamaquoddy, bending samples to construct a frame for a traditional Wampanoag Wetu, which is a dome-shaped shelter beside the Penobscot River in Maine. This dude is in Maine doing this at a retreat. Look at how he look, bro. He don't look white. He don't look black. He look paleo, Indianish. Now, it says here, individual ethnic and tribal communities in different regions of the world have preserved different versions of traditional knowledges. While these knowledges might share some things in common, they do not comprise a single or simple toolkit. Indigenous knowledges can be envisioned as hereditary system of learned awareness and skills that enable wisdom to be gained and tools to be constructed as needed from the materials at hand. These knowledges are rooted in particular place or ecosystem, but they are not necessarily static or fixed. Religious knowledge, for example, are quite portable and can be used to mediate human encounters with ancestral spirits and other than human beings wherever these encounters might take place. Ecological knowledge are also portable in that they call for a reliance upon local resources and careful observations of the interactions between the living beings and natural process within an ecosystem to ensure human survival. So you know that they have knowledge keepers. I'm not even gonna get into all of that because I don't really want to just bust Kiowa's bubble. I want to save some stuff because in case he want to open up his mouth, I could slap him in it. But Kiowa, if you an indigenous, like you said that you was an Indian, where are your tools at? Where's your harpoon points? Because the people continue to practice their traditional ways and everything on the reservation. Bro, you live in the projects. You don't live on a reservation. Your reservation is the ghetto, right? It's where you from. So, Denise, read about oral tradition for me real quick.
That was enough of this on another show. We just need to send you all the other previous shows. Oral tradition, whether communicated as historical narratives or mythical stories, constitute a form of traditional knowledge that can teach, carry, and reinforce other knowledges. Among indigenous groups, oral traditions serve as the collective memories of ethnic, tribal, and kinship groups, a formal corpus relating to the whole society. Oral traditions can blur the boundaries of narrative and performance, and that they are both product and process, object and experience. Although they may be characterized as fragile or malleable, these traditions are not simple hearsay or personal reminiscence. They are community memories, regularly recounted and periodically verified by knowledgeable elders. Indigenous oral traditions often contain insightful explanations that focus on details, origin stories referencing natural and constructed features of the landscape, descriptions of the beings that inhabit this landscape, articulations of the reciprocal relations among these beings, and traditional beliefs that guide human interactions with place. Oral traditions can also include supernatural data, stories of encounters between human and non-human beings in the distant past, messages delivered by animal intelligences, spiritual visions, and transformations. Some of the most ancient oral traditions record the actions of other than human beings who move glaciers, rivers, and rocks, actively sculpting the indigenous homeland. Some of the more recent ones explain distinctive place names that map and mark human geographies.
All right, hold on, let me see. There you go. Nah, stop right there. So, do you understand the use of oral tradition as it is also married with history and also gives us an opportunity to be able to use the other sciences to support it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just make sure you had the understanding. Anybody else lost? Nobody lost? All right, I bet. Okay, so that's the importance of indigenous knowledge. But real quick, I'm not going to get into Society for American Archaeology that's regarded to the native oral traditions, but that is something to pile on to the evidence. But there's also another South Dakota state plan for archaeological resources, which, where they're excavating and they're providing information for us to tell a full story. What I want to do is I want to be clear about something. I could have gotten to this one, but this is a lot of data. Look how many pages it is. It's 874 pages. And like I said, it's got everything in it: burial sites, mounds, all kind of traditions. Everything an Aboriginal can lie about, we can go substantiate it and buzz him out of it with this source right there. Now, I'll see what I'm typing. Where does the name Kiowa come from? The name Kiowa evolved from the Comanche name for the tribe. The Comanche originally called their neighbors and later allies Kiowa. Two halves differ. This name referred to the way Kiowa warriors wore their hair. The warriors traditionally cut only one side of their hair and left the other alone. All right, so let's look at the Comanche. Right? This is who Kiowa claims to be. But he don't know shit about the Comanche. Now, you show me on here which one of these Comanche people look exactly like Kiowa. Since he want to use lookership, this how I'm going to weed him out. These are the Comanche whose name he didn't hijack. Show me, Denise, where you at? Where you at? Somebody tell me when to stop, when they can see a picture that looks any. If y'all don't know what Kiowa look like, I can pull a picture. We got his picture. We know what he looked like, and he damn
What
sure
does
don't
he
look like
look like?
one of these people, huh?
But what does he look like?
I get it for you. Don't worry about it. I get it for you here in just a second. You don't know what he look like? Uh-oh. See, this is why when you run your mouth too much. Uh-oh. Man, Tyson funky, bro. Y'all better be glad y'all ain't got no English bulldog. This dude be pooting and sleep. I don't know how he do it. The pooteristic. Let me spray. I can't take it no more, Tyson. Go wash your behind, boy. All right, so you asked me how does he look, right? Denise?
Yes.
All right, hold up. I gotta transfer the image so we can pull it up. But look, there's a book on these people. You see what I'm saying? Like, dude, bro, quit embarrassing yourself. Take that monkey shit off. You embarrassing us. Running around here trying to be some pretends. Hold on, y'all. I'm finna show y'all what this nutty looks like. He definitely don't look like her. That's a female. Where the image at, Sutek? Caught him out there loafing on Dagger Squad channel. Oh. But tell me where to stop. The Comanches. Now let me go back. Let's go back and let's look at what it said again, y'all. Look. Let's go back and let's see what it says. What this say again? Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up on Kansas, y'all. Look where this is at. Kansas, y'all. So you tell me the history of these people being in Virginia or North Carolina. Tell me if these people in Virginia or North Carolina. Come on. Denise, I need you to read while I'm trying to pull this picture up.
Oh my God.
Come on, be fair.
The Kiowa's original name for the tribe was Kawuda, pulling out, or Tepna, coming out. These names are most likely a reference to their creation myths. In the tribe's creation mythology, the earth had been flooded, and then a period of drying occurred, and land formed. As the earth dried and the land took shape, forests grew. A supernatural being, Sande, called the tribe into the world by striking a hollow log with a stick, bringing each member of the tribe forth until a pregnant woman became stuck, thus blocking any others from following. The forest began to recede, and the bison took to the newly formed grassy plains. Same day taught the people of the forest, created from a tree, to hunt bison on the plains. Thus, the people of the forest became the Kiowa of the plains. It is worth noting that the tribe's creation mythology is complementary to the geological records of glacial recession that formed forests of coniferous and deciduous trees that eventually died out to form the plains of North America. The name Kiowa evolved from the Comanche name for the tribe. The Comanche originally called their neighbor and later allies Kiowa. Two halves differ. The name referred to the way Kiowa warriors wore their hair. The warriors traditional cut only one side of their hair and left the other one long. As the Europeans began to make records of the tribe, Kiowa became Kiowa. The name Kiowa now means the principal people according to the tribe. So the Europeans gave them that name?
Say that again. How did they get the name? Just say it one more. All you got to do is reread what you just said, that last part. Let me cut the gunfire down.
As the Europeans began to make records of the tribe, Kiowa became Kiowa. The name Kiowa now means the principal people according to the tribe. So how you take it? You still took a European name.
He thought he wouldn't though.
You weren't that nation, but you have a European name for a tribe. That's weird. I thought you was trying to get away from that.
So show me the Kiowa in Virginia, because he's not from Kansas at all. Remember, he's a Spalding. What he told us. Remember, the Spaldings are people from North Carolina. So how is he Kiowa way over there? Explain that to us, bro. I hope y'all can see this picture, bro. I'm trying to do the best I can. He talking in the chat. Now here go a picture of the people, okay? Because you always want to know what the people look like that you're referring to. Can you see this picture? Denise.
I see it.
Does
it's like blurry though.
Is it blurry?
Yeah.
Nah, I think something wrong with your motherfucking phone, bro. How about now? That look better? That's gotta look better. Look better and better.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Does Kiowa look like this?
Hold on, let's see. Let's see if Kiowa looks like this. He said because he be traveling. See, he talked too much in the chat. When he didn't say as much as if he didn't say as much as he did, I wouldn't even bother the brother. But the fact that he talking so much, can you see him? With an American flag in the background. That's not a tribal flag. That's an American flag in the background. Watch you say that's his job. So now you're a janitor at a school?
Does he have half of his head shaved?
Hell no, he ain't got no half his damn head shaved. He ain't in the chat no more talking, is he? He quiet now. He done ran. He done ran now. You see what I'm saying? You see how easy it is? He done ran now. You done ran now. Coward.
He gotta go change his name.
Yeah, he gotta go change his name. Shit, he trying to go Google some shit. That ain't it though. Let's continue. I ain't done with this. I ain't done with him. I am not. He wanted to play. Look at all the stuff you can find. What is this though? What is this? Can you read that for me, please? Can you read this? The Cutthroat Massacre. What's that about?
What? Food was scarce during the summer of 1833. So the principal chief of the Kiowa, Adate Island man, split the tribe into smaller bands. These bands were spread out over a large distance to increase the chances of finding enough food. Many of the warriors had left to participate in raids of the Ute and to hunt bison herds, leaving the camps highly vulnerable to attacks. Adate took his band to the Wichita Mountains in present-day Oklahoma. They made camp near the western border with the Osage, who posed the largest threat to the Kiowa and Comanche alliance. The little Osage chief, Chitopa, led a war party to attack Adate's camp.
The Osage warriors killed every man, woman, and child in 4 Kiowa lodges.
Mm.
Dang. They also killed the wife of the Taimei keeper and stole the Taimei. The Osage cut the heads off all the dead and placed them into kettles for the rest of the Kiowa to find as a warning.
So,
Adate escaped the attack but was removed from his position as principal chief. Adate was replaced by Nahasan Little Bluff.
so,
Damn.
so this dude name is a name of a people who got murked. They got murked by the neighboring tribe, and then they got beheaded. And then he got beheaded. This dude in the chat.
Kiowa wants a link.
Bruh, listen. He got to get this work. This dude in the chat whose half of his head ain't shaved wants to claim the fame of some people from Kansas, bro. They not, how they related to Spaldings, bro? Huh? You don't even know how to really get. Now I'm finna take it on a further step, and I'm gonna do one more because I was really waiting to kind of turn up on you a little bit when you just kept on instigating in all of them chats you running around in. So now I'm gonna go back to the early history. The early history. According to the Kiowa, at some point in the 1600s, they split when 2 leaders had disagreement over mutual claims to an antelope.
That's deep.
They had beef over an antelope, and they split. The defeated leader took his band known as the Anzatahop, the Angry Travelers. Look at that. They got names for themselves. The Angry Travelers to the northwest. The Kiowa and Kiowa Apache moved southeast to the Black Hills, which were already occupied by the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, and the Crow. Remember, I brought the Crow up earlier. There's no record of what became of the Azantahop after the divide. They got wiped out. You was a coward, son. You don't know nothing about these people, bro. They got murdered, and you claim the identity of a murdered people, bro. You know nothing about their culture, nothing about their religion, nothing about their social and political structures, nothing about their medicine, nothing about their dance, nothing about the Kiowa. Yet you have their name, and you try to pass yourself off as an Indian. You coward-looking mofo. But it don't stop there, y'all. Nah, it don't stop there. Let me just continue to be a little bit messy. Let's go on to the Comanche, right? Let me go back to the Comanche people. Nope, I gotta go back. Boop, 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 boop. One more swipe back. The Comanche. Comanche Indians. Right? Because this is who they had an alliance with, right? This is who they had an alliance with. Okay, so let me show you something real quick. Denise, can you tell me where these people from?
Oklahoma?
Where else?
No sé, I can go there.
Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico.
Oh, they're down there in Colorado, Kansas.
You
What?
see it?
Yeah.
Is any of that Virginia?
No.
What about South Carolina?
No.
But this is who they come in contact with the Kiowa, right? This is who they link up with.
Yes.
Look what it say. The government. The Comanche Nation is headquartered in Lawton, Oklahoma. Their tribal jurisdiction areas is located in Caddo, Comanche, Cotton, Greer, Jackson, Kiowa, Tillman, and Harmon counties. Their tribal chairman is Mark Woman-Vavo. Remember this name because this name was significant to some shit he didn't want to claim. But he wanted to sit here and say he is of many tribe. He's of many tribe. Listen, Kiowa, quit talking because you can't come on my panel without no source. You want to get on the panel? Get a source. Negrito. Fake, bro.
Negrito.
Yeah, Negrito. He fake. He want to be Negrito. So let me go back to Kiowa. Let's get a little bit deeper. But remember, they said something about war. Remember what they said about the war Indians? You remember that, how they supposed to dress?
Yeah, they cut off half their hair.
Cut off half their hair and what else?
I don't know. I just know they do that.
Where they say these people from? They say that they're indigenous people of the Great Plains.
Yeah.
Where's the Great Plains at? Do you know?
No.
They migrated southward,
Montana?
western Montana, in the Rocky Mountains in Colorado in 17th and 18th century. The Kiowa ain't never been to no Virginia.
Oklahoma, Montana, Colorado.
Sucker ass nigga in the chat, bro. Come on, bro. You got me all the way effed up trying to run around here and still leave people coach. You a thief. You don't eat like them. You don't look like them. You don't dress like them. You don't act like them. You dang sure don't roll up like them. You something else. You something else, bro. You're a little stanky little something else.
Did you say that he don't roll up like?
Don't be clipping that shit because I know what you're doing. Yeah, it's getting too quiet. Where is it? What I need from him again? The Kiowa Warriors. The Warrior. I'm finna look these bastards up. Denise, read this for me, please. Read this for me, please. Please, just read it for me. Resistance and bloodshed. Come on, read it for me. Let me make it bigger. Let me make it bigger. I want to show y'all what this coward ass nigga into. Go ahead.
Resistance and bloodshed. After the Medicine Lodge Treaty, the Kiowa embarked on a hunt in the Texas Panhandle, but the hunt was unsuccessful. The bison were nearly extinct, and the Kiowa could not feed their families back on the reservation. They requested provisions that were promised in the treaty from the Indian agent. Congress had not yet approved the treaty, thus no provisions would be granted. The Kiowa started to raid the Wichita and Caddo, and later resumed their raids in Texas. Meanwhile, the Cheyenne continued to attack Euro-American settlers in Kansas and eastern Colorado as revenge for the Sand Creek Massacre. The United States started to plan an assault on the Southern Plains tribes. General Philip Sheridan planned a three-pronged assault on the tribal land during the winter, when the tribes were most vulnerable. Major Andrew W. Evans led troops from the west out of Fort Bascom in New Mexico. Major Eugene A. Carr led troops from the northwest out of Fort Lyon in Colorado. Colonel George Armstrong Custer led troops from the north out of Fort Larned in Kansas. Custer's troops hit the first camp on the Washita River in November 27, 1868. The tribes had no warning and were asleep when the attacking army opened fire. Cheyenne under Black Kettle were the first attacked by Custer. 103 Cheyenne, including Black Kettle and his wife, were killed, and 53 women and children were taken. Custer pushed towards the next camp, but his attack was held off by a group of warriors who had heard the attack on the first camp. Eventually, the United States Army retreated, but enough damage had been done. Sheridan's campaign sent a clear message that if the tribes continued to resist, they would be exterminated.
The United States demanded that the tribes settle near the military forts on the reservation. The tribes were hesitant to comply with the same directive that preceded the Sand Creek Massacre only 4 years prior. Oh, Goy Pago, and Santanta were captured while traveling under a white flag with a message to Custer, stating that the Kiowa were not involved in the Battle of Washita. The Kiowa fled when their leaders were detained. The United States threatened to execute the chiefs unless the Kiowa gathered at Fort Cobb. The tribe quickly complied, and the chiefs were not executed. The Kiowa were outraged that none of the rations that were promised were delivered by 1871. A party of Kiowa and Comanche attacked a wagon train in May 1871. One of the wagons that was allowed to pass before the party launched their attack was carrying General William Tecumseh Sherman, who wanted the offenders punished. Santana claimed responsibility for the attack along with 2 other chiefs, Sitanga and Big Tree. Sherman ordered that the 3 Kiowa chiefs be arrested and sent to Texas to stand trial. The 3 leaders were seized, handcuffed, and transported by Army guards to Texas. En route to stand trial, Sitanga, who was a member of the Coitsinco Warrior Society, sang the traditional Coitsinco death song. Even if I survive, I will not live forever. Only the earth remains forever. Even if I survive, I will not live forever. Only the sun remains forever. Santanga escaped his handcuffs and stabbed one of the guards in the leg with the knife he had concealed. He was shot and killed, and his body was abandoned on the road. Dang. The other 2 chiefs were found guilty of murder and sentenced to hanging. Santana warned that if both leaders were executed, the Kiowa would launch a violent retaliation in Texas. The governor of Texas, Edmund J. Davis, commuted the sentence to life in prison, and the 2 chiefs were forced to labor for the railroad. Goy Pago was left as the Kiowa leader. He refused to comply with any mandates from the United States and promised bloodshed in Texas until Santana and Big Tree were finally released in the spring 1873.
So there go Big Tree right here. Now, do this motherfucker look like Big Tree?
Oh.
He would be a descendant of Big Tree. Big Stepper Tree.
No, he don't look like him.
Look at his nose. Look at his lips. Look at his eyes. He looks neither nor white nor black. Not even of mixed descent. Look at how he dressed. Then we got this old infiltrating ass thief. Remember now, this is Kansas. Listen, y'all, look what this is at. Kansas. The 1870s. This ain't no long time ago. They telling you who this is. They got him right here. This Big Tree. Kiowa. Indians. They got him labeled, bro. When I talk evidence, I talk evidence. They got him. Look. Every page we go, they got him. We cannot make this up. Kiowa don't know how to shoot no bow and arrow. He can't even make none. He can barely get on the goddamn metro. Frizzlehead, Kiowa chief. See, they don't even call themselves that. They got names for themselves that he don't even respect. He don't even respect these people's names. With the big cross on there. You see him? Glistening. You know what I'm saying? Big chief. He done took somebody's sword. Look at him, big chief. Come on, man. 1870 style. Bro, you don't want no work, bro. You don't want no work, bro. You a whole sucker, bro. When I say you're a whole sucker, I meant that you're a whole sucker, bro. Just for trying to steal it. Your name don't mean kicking bird. Look at their names. Tini Angpo T. Satanta. You ain't got these names. You ain't these people. You playing Indian, bro. We got you for playing Indian. You playing Indian, bro. I can't believe you. Run around up here. I done
He's
clicked on
typing in caps now.
he typing in all caps.
That means that he's angry.
He's angry because he typing in all caps.
Yeah.
Good for him. You big mad, nigga. Sucker ass nigga. You ain't these people, bro. You ain't these people, bro. Stop the cap. Look at that. You ain't these people, bro. They
I know
got.
your name is not Ezekiel.
He said that's his name. Who name is Ezekiel?
Kiowa.
Kyle, our real name is Ezekiel. It could be true. Yeah, that could be true.
Probably facts. I said biblical name.
Right. Yeah, that's pseudo ass name. Look at this though. Look. They have all the people that you said you are, they got the images of these people, bro. These people still carrying their traditions today, bro. Look. Look. Kyle, and look at how he dressed. This the war dude.
Damn,
He-
Kiowa's made it this far.
They
Most
still
of their stories.
Yeah.
Most of their stories sounded really tragic.
Yeah, they still got some people left.
That's awesome.
That's what I'm saying. They still got people left. And he running around here claiming these people and they still exist. These folks still exist out here in these streets, and he still running around here trying to claim these people's stuff. Well, I mean, your whole out here lying, man. I ain't never seen
Well,
this type.
then I'm confused. Like, cause then are they trying to say that those people aren't those people, or that they are those people? Because if you are, then you would be. Why wouldn't you be around your people if that's who you're claiming to be?
Because he's a damn liar.
I understand.
We got all these pictures and they labeling the people. So now he gonna say the white man, they lying. That ain't them. That ain't them, huh? That ain't them, huh? That's what he said. It wasn't them, right? I don't know what he's saying in the chat, but this a woman. Come on, bro.
They still so tiny.
Look at that, 1850 to 1900. What does it say? What is her culture?
Native American Kiowa.
What she got on?
Kiowa brave and war dress.
Mm. Mm. So they know what the people look like. They took pictures of them. They commemorated them. They even made freaking postcards and stuff out of the people, bro. Oklahoma, look at this. You ain't him. You ain't Big Chief, bro. Look at that. What they say? What kind of man they say it is?
Kiowa man and buffalo horn headdress.
Look at these people. 1872. Look. That's them. This dude tried to claim some people that still got some people ducked off in Oklahoma, Montana. You know what I'm saying? Probably didn't move to South Dakota. Okay, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. Okay, all right. This how we know that the people still exist. What does this say? What does this say? The who? Denise, what does it say?
I'm sorry, I can't get it out. Iowa War Mothers.
Okay.
Chapter 18.
Chapter 18. So this is letting you know that all of these mothers are Kiowa and they're still around. They're still around. Look. Which one of these your grandmama, bro? Or your mama? You don't look like none of these women up here, bro. Come on, man. Look. What that say? Here go their telephone number. You want to call them and see if this dude is Kiowa. She's pretty. But she look Native American. This dude over here claiming some shit he ain't a part of. Oh man. He ain't a part of none of this shit. Look at these Indians. That's why they kicking y'all up out of their shit, bro. They like, what the fuck? I don't know who the fuck they are. I don't know no damn internet Indian name, no Kiowa. He don't know nothing about us. Bruh. You tried to be some people that still got people around here, bro. Look at them. Look at them. Look. You think Kiowa know how to do that? Let's see if they got some sound. I'm gonna juke to this. Oh, 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 oh. Hold on, y'all. Let me make it big. Yeah. Yeah. He did. Let's see if we see a black person in here. Get it. Come on. They stepping in them Uggs. Hey, they go a black dude right there. He look like security. You should know how to do this. They getting down. Look at that old lady. Uh-oh. That's Kiowa. Psych. Look at them dudes. They call them Smoky River, Southern Claw. Look at how they got their hair. Uh-oh. Come on now. You said this where HBU students. HBCU steppers.
Oh my God.
That's how I know you kept Kiowa. Yeah, bro. Oh, 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 oh. Why we don't see Kiowa at this event? It's around COVID. So you see a lady in the back wearing a mask. Dude got the Iverson braids. And you know damn well that ain't black hair. Look at all them damn Indians in one place. Kiowa. That's their whole clique. That dumbass said he must be the chief since he got on the jersey. You don't even know his people, bro. Watch real quick. Kaiwa, can you come on and explain the outfits that they're wearing because they have significant meaning? And I want to see if you're going to be honest or if you're going to be full of shit. Because I know for a fact that their garments represent something, and I even know what they represent. So if you come on here, I need you to have a source for claiming to be the Kiowa, and I need you to explain to me what kind of outfits they got on. Pause. That's a Native American. That's what a Paleo Indian look like. They're distinct. They have archaic human facial features in two places, their lips and their jawbones. This is how they look. Look at them. You see the white woman in the back? She don't look nothing like this dude right here. They have distinct features. This is how we know they come from southeastern Eurasia. This is how we know they come from East Asia. This is how we know they come from Siberia through that land bridge. This is how we know that the Oceania people is who they descend from. The only black people in the whole event is doing what? Working. The only black people in the whole entire event is working. He working. Phoenix Moon don't dress like them. Top Cat don't dress like them. Dane definitely don't dress like them. Indigenous Aboriginal Power, he don't dress like them. Chief Holiday don't dress like them. None of y'all dress like them or are at these events and supporting the indigenous, but yet y'all claim to be chief this, chief that, indigenous this, indigenous that, native this, native that, Indian this, Indian that, but you motherfuckers ain't here. Look at them. Look at this Paleo Indian, descendant of a Paleo Indian. Look at them. That's how they looked. What you running around here talking about this you? Facts, Kevin Troy. This fool said, where the Oceania look at? They got the genetics, you dumbass nigga. Being stupid. You on science with Sean. We don't do that, Jackson. What's the dudes get it? Get it. Get it. Get it. Wartime, wartime, wartime. Get it. Now, I just wanted to express to y'all, this is how I know that the dudes that be on the internet be lying. Because these people are still practicing their culture, and I'm bringing it to you. I'm bringing it to you. They still practicing their culture. They dressed up in their garbs. They sun dance, rain dance, moon dance. They all kind of dancing. Look at these Paleo Indians. They clicked up with the crackers in the audience. No offense. Look, he don't look nothing like you, Kaiwa. But this is their whole experience, bro. What you do, you ain't grabbing no snapping turtle. You ain't doing none of that. What did I say about the black people at the event? He working. She looked like she's something. Them the first two black people that look like they look. Let's see if we're seeing in the audience. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I don't see none. Come on, man. Is you out there with an alligator, bro? Well, hold on. Say that again. Hold on. Mm. 10 foot, huh? We know Kaiwa ain't effing with this. None of them internet Indians. Oh, Kaiwa, the coward.
Stop it.
Oh, Kaiwa.
I'm not about to listen to this.
Oh, Kaiwa.
I'm flipping this.
Kaiwa, the coward. That's what they were singing. You just didn't peep it. Oh, Kaiwa, the coward.
I'm definitely clipping it.
Yeah.
You do not have to worry about it.
Bro can't even clip it off. Look at that. Kai, why you doing that? You wrestling alligators? Huh? Are any of you internet Indians wrestling alligators? For the matter. He ain't gonna be able to get the other part off because it's tooth right there. It keep getting caught on the tooth. Leave his mouth clip. Leave his mouth. Snap that tape.
Nope.
Oh, Kaiwa, the coward. Zion tripping. Come on, man. The who? Now, you heard this dude break down some little history real quick, right? He went directly into the little history and started to explain stuff.
They can hear that? I can't hear that.
You couldn't hear it? I thought you could hear it. You couldn't hear it?
I can't hear it.
Hold on. Man, you slow, bro. Why you ain't say you couldn't hear this? So the whole time you couldn't hear nothing the girl was saying?
No, that they were saying.
But you just saw
You
him
could
dance.
barely hear the music when he was dancing. You could hear the music a little, but we couldn't hear nothing they were saying.
She said, we can't hear that shit. All right. Watch this. Since you couldn't hear it, then you gonna hear it now, motherfucker. Mother suckers. Oh, Kaiwa.
Nah, you gotta stop.
Kaiwa.
We lived in Chiquis. It means
Can y'all hear that a little bit?
Billy's been doing this
Yes.
a long time, probably about 30 years or more. He said, "Whoa, goodness gracious, give him some love, ladies and gentlemen." Billy, you want to say something? All right. Look like my ex. Nah, playing. Well, all them teeth. No, I'm just kidding. I'd like to tell you how it started with the Seminoles and Miccosukis. We lived in Chiquis. It means it's contained of we used to live in villages and camps contained of Chiquis. Chiquis, it means a home or a house or a dwelling. But we'll build a cooking hut in the center of the camp. Sleeping huts are built around a cooking hut because the water goes up and down here in Florida. A lot of people would live in 4 or 5 different camps per year. A long time ago, they would follow the game. They would have 4 generations of family that would stay in the camp. Big great grandpa, grandpa, dad, and son. Great grandma, grandma, mom, and daughter. Younger generation of men will clean the vegetation away from the camp because he can see the predators coming to camp. He can get to the predators before it gets to his family. They would burn a fire, but mosquitoes are attracted to heat, but they don't like smoke. Smoke rotate on our camp, keep the mosquitoes away. And the younger generation of men will ride a dugout canoe. It's called Poland. They ride a dugout canoe and go across the Everglades. They see an alligator, they capture that alligator and work that alligator and capture him alive. Turn them over, put them on their dugout canoes, take them to the camp, and put them into a pit made out of palm trees. That younger generation of men will go off the hunt for 4 or 5 days. Whatever they killed, they smoked the meat, made it into a jerky, and brought it back, maybe like a deer or other game. But while they was gone, that elder would kill that gator for what they needed to eat it. We didn't eat a lot of gator meat a long time ago, but they would, and they get they would kill that gator for what they needed to eat it. But they also get the gator hides and deer hides right to the coastal areas to the settlers and trade for rick-rack, beads, gunpowder, and other materials. What's passed out from my grandpa to me, what the settler had said when they went by the Indian village, when they seen the Indian man working the alligator. It looked like the Indian man was wrestling the alligator, which he wasn't. He was getting ready to catch it for food. But what changed our world and it changed our life from what the breathmaker had gave us, our way of life, is when that tourists threw money at us. Instead of us going out to hunt for 4 or 5 days, we went to the store and provided for our family the same day. It was a way of income. How we started making money, arts and crafts, beads, and alligator shows.
All right, so enough of this dude and his alligator show. But the point of me even showing it is to show you how fake Kiowa is. Let me go back to sharing my screen. You fake, bro. If you just knew how to be real, bro, and just be like, man, I really don't know who I am, man. I just don't want to claim this, that, and the third. I mean, that's real. You free to claim whatever you want to claim. But don't claim these people. They have a history they do not want you stealing from them. They do not want you stealing from them, bro. They know who they are. So if you got a source on here, then we could talk. Because these people don't like you at all, bro. Look at them. They hold true to their culture, and you out here, come on, man. You perpetrating a fraud out here, old coward ass Kiowa in the chat. Come on. Oh, Kiowa, Kiowa, the Kiowa.
I'm not. You have got to stop doing that.
That's gonna be stuck in y'all head when every time y'all see that fool. Every time y'all see that fool name, that's the war chant. Oh, Kiowa, Kiowa, the Kiowa. Like Martin Lawrence at the end of the movie. I forgot the name of it. 504 Trigger. Where you at, Kiowa? Do not hit the link if you ain't got no source, or you can refute any information that I present. We stand on topic. I'm not going left. I'm not going right. What we talked about today was some nice archaeological work. If you don't have any evidence to refute the archaeological work, do not click the link. The show ain't for you. You just gonna get stumped on because the information stand on its own merit. So why are you claiming to be Kiowa? What evidence do you have to claim to be Kiowa? Because you ain't them. Again, put your source in the private chat. Whatever you discussing, put your source in the private chat. I'm waiting for you to put a source in the private chat. You will not enter the stream until I see that the private chat go red and we got a source and we can pull it up. Oh, Kiowa, Kiowa, the Kiowa. Come on, bro. We
It's
waiting on the
definitely
source.
happening.
Boom. Private chat. Oh, he ain't got no source. He ain't got no source. I don't even know who Shook One is. I don't even. Do you get that? Because I don't get that. Kiowa, the Kiowa. Ain't no coming on here asking no questions. Where's your source? Evidence, nigga. Evidence. Evidence, nigga. Evidence. She told you that you're supposed to have a source. Yes, he's sourceless again, ladies and gentlemen. He is sourceless again. It's time that he died for stealing somebody else's shit. Evidence for what? Denise, can you explain to this nigga what you need evidence for, please? That boy 504 crazy. Denise, why does Kiowa, Kia sedan, why does he need a source? Quit typing to him. Open your mic and talk. He can hear you.
To back up his claim
What's his claims?
that he's Native American, or well, he said Indian, I think.
He said Indian. Yeah, we don't forget what they say now.
He said Indian.
He said he was an Indian, and he was a Spalding out of North Carolina. So how is you Kiowa? Why is your name Kiowa? Oh, Kiowa, Kiowa, the Kiowa. Oh, Kiowa, Kiowa, the Kiowa. That boy got rhythm.
What's wrong with you?
What?
Yeah, he got music and shit. He whole soundtrack.
He running around here. Yo, he running around here. I didn't get hot, so I had to take the shot off. He running around here claiming that his last name was Spalding, saying that he was an Indian, saying his people was free, and that they had land and all these other things. He said all of these things, and we ain't got a lick of evidence. He said he didn't want to show his ancestry, his genealogy. He said DNA is fake. It ain't real. He said a whole bunch of stuff. So in order for him to come on the channel and talk to us, we need a source. We're not talking to you to be talking to you, bro. You've made too many claims for us to be talking to you. We're not talking to you without a source. Can you provide a source, and then we can talk to you? Because other than that, you will be in and out of this stream. Where is your source? And what is your and where is your what
So
is your
you keep saying that that YouTube video.
that
The
YouTube video?
YouTube video you refused to play last time is supposedly talking about him and his family history.
Bullshit.
And he said that it was him.
The coward.
He said it says his name, but we don't know his name. So I don't.
Oh, Kiowa, the coward.
Your name is not no damn Kiowa.
Yeah, we know his name ain't no damn Kiowa. So we know he's a fucking liar. And I'm saying it to him with him on the panel. He's a liar. Where's evidence? I asked you for evidence. You will not talk without evidence. Where is the evidence? And it ain't in no video that told us that with a whole disclaimer that this is this dude's interpretation of something that he hadn't substantiated. He gave his opinion on some shit and you riding with it. You see how crackheadish your behavior is? Is that fentanyl in your marijuana? He said his evidence is a YouTube video, y'all. Rick Kibbe made sure he a geneticist, and you ain't refuted him. Oh, Kiowa, the coward.
This nigga gonna get a drum. Like, what are you doing? What are you beating on?
My desk. With one hand, too. The whole rhythm with one hand. Come on, man. I'm getting my native ship on.
Oh shit, you actually let me on the pedal. What's good?
Nah, you're not on the panel. Where the evidence at? So you should just shut the fuck up. You should just
Gamble. We read all about where Kyle what like the tribe and everything a little while ago. If you rewind, I don't know why that's that man's name.
Yeah, Desmond, we already went into the Kiowa stuff. We showed the pictures and the images of the people. We did all of that. For someone who claimed to be a Spalding from North Carolina, how the fuck he become someone a part of a tribe in Kansas? Oh, Kiowa, the coward. Bruh, I don't mind letting you talk, but I want you to talk with information. I don't want you talking out the side of your neck because you did. See now I'm kicking him back out. Did he not come on the show the other day and said the Spaldings was his people? How did we get the last name? He gave it to us.
Yeah, he did.
So how? And then he said he never claimed to be
that
a
was
coward.
a name in his genealogy because he didn't do DNA. He had a genealogy tree, and that was one of the names of his tree.
Right. Then he tried to tell us one of the people on there was his fifth cousin to the umpteenth power or some shit.
No, wait, though. He said, I am a Spalding descendant. You said I don't claim I am a Spalding descendant? Oh, yes, you did.
You did, bro.
You
Hold up.
argued with him over the Spalding descendant. You said, I said I am a descendant, not that I am a Spalding.
Just so y'all can see this bullshit. Oh, Kiowa, the coward. This motherfucker over here lying, y'all. Oh, Kiowa, the coward. Come on, bro. Look, okay, so just so y'all know that she ain't lying, he just said it right here. I don't claim I am a Spalding descendant. Never claimed to be a Kiowa nation. That's your scare ass making shit up. I never talk out the side of my neck. I didn't say that was my last name, dumbass. Why you calling her a dumbass? One cousin's 5 times removed. I know what you said, because you sounded stupid as fuck saying it. Descending from doesn't mean your surname that. Y'all can't be this slow for real, for real. Bruh, you said what you said, and we all heard you say it on the show. So we just making this shit up. All right, hold on 1 second, bro. Since we just making this shit up. Oh, Kiowa, you motherfucking coward. Hold on, bro. Don't go nowhere. Stay right there. Don't run. Don't do none of that left foot shit. What show was it? Was it the show I was talking to Thunder on? It was the show. There was the Hot Seat show with Thunder on there.
Was it that one?
Yeah, hold up. Because this nigga made me go look up Spaldings and all that old shit. Do we think it's that show? Oh, this sucker ass nigga. Nah, it wasn't done. I mean, I remember talking to this fool on that show. Just being on some real shit. Okay, hold up. Or was it this show? Yeah, I think it was this show. Was you on this show with me? Yep, you was on this show. Here we go. So no one remembers this exchange? Anyone remember this exchange? Oh, Kiowa, you motherfucking coward. And I hate hearing myself. 3 generations ago, what was, bro?
I know. Play the video.
No, I don't want to play no video, bro. I want the link. I want the genealogy link, bro. You know what?
Oh, you want my tree? Man, no. You ain't get my thing. What?
Bro.
Let me get yours.
Share the tree. I don't mind sharing my DNA. Share the
No,
tree.
I said your family tree, not your DNA.
Man, don't worry about it. I can share all of that.
Okay, then.
I don't have to hide any of it. I don't have to hide who I am. What I'm asking
Mm-hmm.
you, I'm asking you for your tree, bro. Do you want to? Who is
The
your
video holds the example that I was just telling you about.
Don't give me your tree. Who is your eldest? Who is your eldest?
That's part of my tree right there.
Who is your eldest ancestor, and where are they from? What was that? What was that person's name?
Say that one more time.
Your eldest ancestor, 3 generations ago. What was their name?
3 generations ago.
Yeah.
You said 3?
3. Yeah, 3.
So great grandparent.
Yeah. What was your great grandparent's name?
Let's see here. You got Jack, you got Flo,
Hold on, calm down. Jack what?
What? Oh, you want their whole name? No, we ain't doing all that.
Why not?
Because again, I just gave you a perfect example, and you don't want to go there.
Bro, listen, bro. We ain't
That's my fourth.
We ain't got to make this difficult.
No, that's my fourth.
Okay, so give me your fourth's whole name in the city and state they came from.
Guy Spalding.
Denise, did you hear that?
Yes.
I said, give me your fourth, their whole name in the city that they come from. He gave me Guy Spalding. Did he say that he descend from Guy Spalding? No. He said his fourth is Guy Spalding. Listen to him. Since we lie.
Oh.
Hold on, calm down. Jack what?
What? Oh, you want their whole name? No, we ain't doing all that.
Why not?
Because again, I just gave you a perfect example, and you don't want to go there.
Bro, listen, bro.
That's my fourth.
We ain't got to make this difficult.
No, that's my fourth.
Okay, so give me your fourth's whole name in the city and state they came from.
Guy Spalding. Whack-a-mole, North Carolina.
So Guy Spalding from where?
Whack-a-mole, North Carolina. It's in the video.
It's in the video. Oh, why is you hiding your tree, bro?
I ain't. It's just because I can't get nothing from you, so you get nothing from me. It's more or less just because
I'm gonna show all my stuff. I ain't got nothing to hide. Now, you saying that this is your what ancestor?
My fourth great grandfather.
So your fourth great grandfather died when? In 1937?
I don't remember correctly. I don't remember his exact birthdays and death dates, but yeah, something like that.
Let me say that again. Great grandfather. He said it was his fourth great grandfather. In this chat with me and Denise, he said, I don't claim I am a Spalding descendant. Never claimed to be Kiowa Nation. So who the hell is Guy Spalding?
From you, so you get nothing from me. It's more or less just hold
on, calm down. Jack what?
What? Oh, you want their whole name? No, we ain't doing all that.
Why not?
Because again, I just gave you a perfect example, and you don't want to go there.
Bro, listen, bro.
That's my fourth.
We ain't got to make this difficult.
No, that's my fourth.
Okay, so give me your fourth's whole name in the city and state they came from.
Guy Spalding. Whack-a-mole, North Carolina.
So Guy Spalding from where?
Whack-a-mole, North Carolina. It's in the video.
Man, why is you hiding your tree, bro?
I ain't. It's just because I can't get nothing from you, so you get nothing from me. It's more or less just because
I'm gonna show all my stuff. I ain't got nothing to hide. Now, you saying that this is your what ancestor?
My fourth great grandfather.
So you didn't say you descend from him. You said this was your fourth great grandfather. You said that this was your fourth great grandfather. Oh, he ain't on the panel no more. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what does that sound like to you when someone says that this is their fourth great grandfather?
That's their fourth great grandfather.
Oh, okay. So that means that they're claiming. Don't that mean that they made a claim?
Yeah.
They made a claim that this guy was his fourth great grandfather. Now let me see if I can find that the whole Kiowa shit. Her fourth great grandfather died when? In 1937?
For opinions of the tribe. Views expressed here are not supported by the Saponi Catawba Nation. It should not be used in any such use.
Now remember, he was also trying to claim the Saponi Catawba Nation. We're gonna get to that too. Cause I don't forget. Oh, Kiowa. Let me see. Cause didn't he say something about Kiowa Nation?
What did I lie about?
Did you not catch him lying?
What did I lie about?
Tribes.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did lie, bro.
No, I definitely didn't.
Different tribes.
Oh, we gotta go back so we can catch it. Damage done by non-natives, attempts to classify them as African Americans, pursuing formal education, representing their community under governmental communities and board, donating land and other materials to build schools and establishing a town and business, all represented efforts to maintain their own distinct community and ways of life. Remember, they built their own schools and churches. Building and maintaining their own schools and churches also furthers their sense of themselves as a distinct community. They astutely cooperated with both Republican and Democrats to deliver their services to their community that they, in large measure, then control without interference from the local government. So in this period, a large group of Meadow Indians interacted with federal definitions of Indian identity. What happened? Meadow Indians interacted with federal definitions of Indian identity as well, and they repurposed the federal government's tool of assimilation by seeking recognition as Indians through applications for citizenship in the 5 civilized tribes in 1896. And for the claims of the Eastern Band of Cherokees in 1906. Some of these efforts to maintain peoplehood required Indians to embrace an identity as colored, whilst others allowed them to articulate themselves as Indians. Bruh, what the freak is your name, Kiowa? What did your motherfucking mama call you, brother? Huh? Tell me what your mother and your father named you, brother. I ain't got no damn sense. What's your real name? What is your real name, Cleophas? The fuck is your name? What is your name, bro? Spit that shit out. Fuck is your name? Give us your name. Because you ain't even.
I'm in the jail now.
You should have clipped.
Notice how you answered your own question from earlier?
You should have clipped that shit.
Oh, yeah. You just answered your own questions from earlier.
I know my answers.
Indians identifying as colored. Just so this way to, man, that was actually pretty. That was a dope ass feed that you just had right there. That was a good one.
You don't know when I'm being sarcastic. I know the answers to my questions.
No, you didn't.
You ain't an Indian.
No, you didn't.
You're not an. Okay, bro,
No, you definitely didn't.
For 5 years, bro.
That's why you just up here making up stuff to try and paint a whole narrative while you kick me off. So this way you can talk your trash and make up stuff.
What's your name?
Oh, that's right, because you're also scared to play the video.
What's your name?
Which is really interesting.
Video. What's your name?
It's very interesting though. I don't know why you're so scared to play that video though.
The video ain't got nothing to do with it. It's
sure it does.
It's not evident.
You took the name. Sure it is. The evidence is in the video.
Okay, all right. So if the evidence is in the video, then you should be able to provide me with the source that's in the video so that I can look it up and put it on the screen. If the evidence, I'm gonna say it again. If the evidence is in the video,
Man, you got all sorts of loopholes to get away from playing the video. I don't know why.
you to tell me where
You
to.
acting real shook.
No, I'm not, bro.
Oh, you really are. You got every excuse in the world on not to play the video, and then you want to talk trash about the video. You want to make up conjecture about the video. Then you want to take the name and run with this whole other narrative that you just made up because you want to. Oh, look.
Denise, did we make up anything about the video, or did the video itself say what it said?
The video said it. It said it in the bottom. In the description of the video.
But I think he finna tell us that his name something got to do with the tribe. Because remember, I bring the tribe up of the people that's different, and then he say he is of many tribes.
Look at this. There's a white guy here. Oh, you're trying to hide your slave. If I was trying to hide it, I would have never gave it to you. Stop making stuff up.
You did. You was Googling shit, bro.
Again, if I was trying to hide it, I would have never gave it to you.
You got caught lying.
No, I didn't. What lie? The only lying that's been going on is you.
Hold on one second. Denise.
Yes.
Unmute. Oh, there you go.
Oh, here.
There you go. Denise.
Yes.
Did you not catch him lying?
What did I lie about?
Did you not catch him lying?
What did I lie about?
Tribes.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did lie, bro.
No, I definitely didn't.
Different tribes.
And?
Two different
That's
tribes.
why you're saying you're from multiple tribes of Indians?
Yes.
No, he never said.
Why you weren't say that at first, nigga? Because I gave you the one. Because I just gave you the one. Oh, you want me to give you all of them?
Kiowa, stop lying, motherfucker. Stop lying.
Okay.
Bro, stop lying, man.
Mm-hmm. I don't do that. No need to. The only one up here lying is you.
Did.
No, I didn't.
That ain't even the first lie. You came up with the Spalding name, bro. You ain't even a Spalding.
I descend from them. One of probably what was it last time? It was 5,000 last one I was at.
Whoa. Didn't he just say that he never claimed that he descend from the Spaldings? Didn't he say that he didn't descend from the Spaldings?
Yeah.
But what did he just say then? If he said he never descended from the Spaldings, what did he just say?
Well, he just said he descended from the spot.
So we just caught this motherfucker lying again. Oh,
Kiowa said you blocked him from a stream.
Oh, Kiowa. No, we didn't. Kiowa. He on timeout for 500 seconds for lying. He got 5 minutes. No, 300 seconds. 5 minutes. Hold on, let's listen to him. Cause he just said he descend from the Spaldings. Motherfucker said it didn't say that.
No, I didn't. What lie? The only lying that's been going on is you.
Hold on one second. Denise. Unmute. Oh, there you go. Hold on. There you go. Denise.
Yes.
Did you not catch him lying?
What did I lie about?
Did you not catch him lying?
What did I lie about?
Tribes.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did lie, bro.
No, I definitely didn't.
Different tribes.
And?
So you're saying you're from multiple tribes of Indians?
Yes.
No, he never said. Now we can go back in the video somewhere in here, and he's gonna tell us that he's part of the Kiowa tribe. That's where we get all of this shit from. Now he's gonna say in the chat that he never said that, but why would Denise insinuate that he was a part of multiple tribes? Because he was claiming the Kiowa shit. He was claiming the shit. We got the video right here. but he forgets so much of what he says. It just shows you how he's just a liar. And then he said he didn't say that he descended from the fucking Spaldings, and he just said it. Just pay attention, y'all.
Why you ain't put that up first, nigga?
Because I gave you the one. Because I just gave you the one. Oh, you want me to give you all of them?
Kyle, stop lying, motherfucker. Stop lying.
Okay.
Bro, stop lying, man.
Mm-hmm. I don't do that. No need to. The only one up here lying is you.
Did.
No, I didn't.
That ain't even the first lie. You came up with the Spalding name, bro. You ain't even a Spalding.
I descend from them. One of probably, what was it? Last time it was 5,000 last one I was at. So now we're probably up to like 15, 20,000 of us descend from Benjamin and Edith.
Now this nigga said he descend from
him. Obviously.
You descend from him now.
If I told you that was my fourth great grandfather and then he went back to his grandfather, then that would mean obviously I descend from him.
Guess who I descend from, bro?
Let's say prove it.
Guess who I descend from?
A spit cup.
Benjamin Bernanke.
That's a damn lie.
Exactly. So why the fuck are you sitting here lying?
Oh, prove that you descend from him then.
No. I don't have no problem saying it's a lie. You lying.
Because obviously it's a lie. You just stop trying to make up a new narrative.
No, you're a liar.
No, damn sure ain't.
Bro, so where's the evidence? So provide us the evidence that you're related to the Spaldings. Now you say you descend from them. First you're a Spalding. Now you.
I never said I was a Spalding. Stop lying. There you go, lying again.
They got a basketball next to him.
Hey, I'm lying. You didn't say none of this.
Yeah.
You didn't say.
I never said I was a Spalding.
No, you didn't say that was your grandfather.
Yeah.
Did you say it or you didn't say it?
I said it was my fourth great grandfather.
So that motherfucker means that that's your goddamn grandfather.
No shit, Sherlock.
But you just said that you didn't say that you descend from the motherfucker that's supposed to.
No, I didn't. I said I descend from him. You just tried to look how you look. You can't even keep up with your own bullshit. Now you're even switching up what you just tried to get on me about a second ago.
Bro,
you just tried to say, oh, now you descend from him. Now you're saying I didn't say I descend from him. Man, make up your damn mind.
Now, who's lying? Because he said in the chat, he said in the chat back here that he never said he descended from the motherfuckers. But he ain't done. Hold on, because I know he says this. I know he says this Indian shit, but I gotta go back further.
Come on, stop with the cat, bro.
Let me let you.
Like, damn.
Let me let you keep lying.
Uh-huh.
Just keep lying, bro.
1 minute I didn't say I descended from him. Then you're trying to say that, oh, I didn't say my last name was Spalding.
Lying,
and then
bro.
You just making up all sorts of bullshit. Stop your copying.
The goddamn chat heard you tell the goddamn lie. It's saying that you was lying, and you can sit here and say.
I didn't say I was lying at all. I clearly said that was my fourth great grandfather, plain and simple.
All right. So do you descend from him or no?
Obviously. What kind of dumbass question?
Now, where's your evidence that support that you descend from the Spaldings, bro?
Where's your evidence that you come from Africa? That you descend from Africans?
Bro, why are you deflecting, dog?
I got all of
Because he wants everything from me. I want something from him. That's simple. This ain't no interview. This ain't no one-way street. This is going back and forth.
I've been showing evidence all day. So I don't have no problem showing you that I descend from Africa.
And don't go to that damn DNA bullshit.
I ain't got to do all of that.
How the fuck you gonna tell him what not to go to?
Right.
Because that's what you're going to go to.
No.
I
ain't got to go to that. I don't have to.
Because that's just made up too.
Mute up. All right, cool. Mute up.
All I know is your motherfucking ass a goddamn liar.
Yes, you are.
4 times.
Yeah, you definitely. You actually know you got caught lying more than 4 times. All people gotta do is look at the chat replay and they'll see.
I ain't lied about nothing.
And then you.
So look what happened. We went to the chat replay and caught this motherfucker lying. That simple. And he said he descended from 2 tribes. What y'all think the other tribe was? Because we introduced when she was reading, we introduced a whole nother tribe of who the people, the female is supposed to be a part of. And he says he was a something else. Let me go back. Mama, who your grandfather ran off with, who ended up being a part of a little tribe that you ain't even affiliated with because you said the wrong shit. All you gotta do is tell us your name, bro, while you typing in the chat. You see how your whole game
Worldview and ideology. What you mean by that exactly?
Hey man, you say what kind of dog is that on your picture? Dogs.
A Staffordshire Terrier.
2 of them.
Yeah, one's a blue nose pit mix.
All right. So you breed dogs?
Nah.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Not gonna happen.
Robert Rand had a list of questions for you, but he is not here. So, I'm gonna allow Denise. Well, she calls herself Honey Clark. So I'm gonna allow Honey Clark, or she may be the bar reloaded, the bar method reloaded. She might even.
You do not have to do all of that.
Affiliated with, you know what I'm saying, with another group. So I'm gonna let her go ahead, man, and open up for questions.
I don't have any questions.
Yeah, you do.
What? Well,
based on what you read.
Well, no. Well, how do you why do you identify with Native Americans?
Well, because that's what I found in my lineage.
You found it what you did a DNA test or something?
No, genealogy. And if you want, I can give y'all an example if Sean wants to play it.
Nah, we don't want an example. We want your genealogy.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but can you share your screen, or do you got to be on?
No, I'm on the phone.
Okay. Can you give us the link, and I'll pull it up, and then so that we can go all the way back and see who your eldest ancestor was?
No, it's not like that. But
well, in most genealogies, bro, they give you 3rd and 4th generation, so we can. Hold on, calm down. Jack, what? Here with Guy Spalding.
What did you say? Not in A.
Hold on, calm down. Jack, what? She was right at about. She wasn't no 110. She was over 100.
Mix doesn't make somebody a slave. Mix doesn't make somebody a slave.
Spalding was of mixed race background, born into slavery. Duplin County, North Carolina, in 17.
Because he was born during the time frame of slavery.
No, bro.
Yes.
He was born into slavery.
Okay.
His ass was a slave. No.
Okay.
Just suck that up, bro. This is
So how was he getting land and buying land before he was supposedly free?
I don't give 2 shits about buying land or none of that.
Slaves couldn't do that. How can he own land if he was a slave before he was even supposedly freed?
None of that matters right now.
Sure it does.
Bro, we have to start with the person that owned his ass. His father was a plantation owner. Your slave ass.
That's not the only one that I can actually show you another slave.
No.
One that was actually manumitted.
I don't need you to show me another slave. Because William Spalding was born about 1810 in North Carolina.
William.
Yeah, William. You don't know who William is?
William Spalding? You mean Emmanuel? Or are you talking about Benjamin? No, you're going back to Benjamin Spalding, right?
I'm talking about William, bro.
William Spalding. Who's he? Enlighten me.
He was born in 1810. Do you know who he is?
Yeah, he's probably a cousin or a nephew or a child of Benjamin and Edith. Actually, let me see.
He was the son of Benjamin and Edith. He was a slave.
William Spalding, 1810 to 1833.
Why you keep saying something about Benjamin being freed? Why was he freed? Benjamin was legally freed in 1825.
And he already owned land prior to.
But hold on, bro. I ain't got evidence for that. I ain't got evidence.
No, that's what being part of the family helps you.
No. I ain't got evidence for that, and I'm not arguing that, and none of that shit matters because you ain't got that. So, George, who is George? You know who George is? Then he conveniently falls out this bitch. Don't get on your phone looking the shit up, bro. That's how quiet he getting. That's what he was doing to us. He was Googling his ass off. He was Googling because he kept kicking himself out the show. That's how we knew he was Googling. Into his family somewhere. Hey, he goes something that was him trying to link himself to the people. This is where he get the story from.
And it's not fact.
So why is he using this video as if it's fact? He says because it's based on his family records. He said the video was based on his family records, y'all. That's what the nigga said.
Explain.
By the way, I want to show y'all something. He said what did he say he was? What did he say he was? Correct.
He said he was the Saponi. He said that's his family.
Okay, so this girl right here, his family, right?
Because I can't see.
Okay, my bad. Boom. You see now?
Oh my goodness.
See now? Is this his family? Because this is who Edith is related to. These are Edith's people. So the whole notion that this could be your people, bro, you lied to us. You're lying to us because these ain't the no Saponi. You're lying to us. Once again, you're disingenuous because you put a video on us. The video you put on us was said that it ain't evidence. This is just his view. Benjamin Spalding, this is what we was talking about. This is how I know you was coming up with a fucking lie, bro. All this, oh shit, right now, and his mic unmuted.
Are you researching your name?
She asked him, was he researching his name, y'all? Come on. Y'all know that shit funny. Oh, Kaiwa, the Kaiwa. Oh, Kaiwa, the Kaiwa.
Yeah. What's up, Sean?
What up, bro? What's up,
man?
I
remember, dude, bro. I mean, this going back to like 2019. Back then, right? Dude was over there claiming that the African, or not black Africans, but black people from Central America, the indigenous black people, Aboriginals from Central America populated Africa. And once they populated Africa, they enslaved the white indigenous Africans, right? And so I argued with him. Yeah, arguing with him about this shit. And then I think he came on your panel. Oh, let's bet him like 3-4 years ago or something like that. And he tried to lie and say, "You just tried to say that man was lying." And he was trying to say, "You remember Cape? You remember about Cape Coast? You probably heard of Cape Colony, right?" He said Cape Colony because he wasn't trying to imply that black folks, that the black people there are actually Aboriginal Americans. The black Africans that we see today are the descendants of the Americans that went there and colonized Africa. So that's he been spreading BS for a lot. His mama told me that they were indigenous as well. I said, "Cap." Told his mama straight like that. I said, "I don't buy none of that. I don't believe y'all indigenous. I'm looking at you." I said, "I don't care. No, exactly. You can't look at me." Yes, you can. That dude probably like 90-some% sub-Saharan African. Ain't nowhere in the world that nigga is indigenous to the Americas. He full of shit. He and his mama. Y'all liars. I done seen you before. I done spoke to you on multiple occasions. Your voice is distinct. I know exactly who you are. You are Wisdom Show was your name. Did you change your name to say you like morphed it to some other or tried to convert to some other type of tribe? You was claiming other tribe before, then you changed to some other shit. You just keep on trying to hop on the new shit instead of just saying that or just check, doing the DNA test and making life easier for yourself. You don't want to do that because you say that DNA test is for entertainment purposes only. So I know who dude is. Dude's full of shit. So the fact you caught him lying, that's no surprise right there. That's what he does.
Yeah, it was easy to catch him lying because he didn't think that I'd go back and time stamp him from where he was making the claims before. But it's the same thing with everybody. Hold on. Let me try something real quick. Let me call, bro. I can't wait until y'all hear this. I'ma just say it. Yo, what you doing?
I just got to the crib.
Oh, okay. You still going live?
Oh, I gotta see. I'm about to take it out now.
Yeah, let me know.
All
right.
My girl trying to drag me to the grocery store right now.
Oh yeah, you ain't going. All right. Just let me know if you do. Yeah.
Yeah, this is.
Nah, the reason that I want to say something, but then I don't want to say that because I know I want to wait to Not a Coincidence is live, so we can build on it. You know what I mean?
Right. But the Wisdom Show, bro. He done told so many fibs and lies over the years, bro. It's like, bruh, I can't forget you because the story you told me which is insane. You telling me that black people from Central America populated Africa? That's crazy. Then you go to the year Cape Colony. Well, I didn't heard all your bullshit, bro. You claiming some other tribe now. It's always something new. That's what y'all is like. Keep trying to reinvent yourself. Like people not gonna forget or gonna forget what you were claiming years ago. Like Lost, some of y'all have distinct voices. We're gonna be able to tell who you are. And you go away. He come back every now and then he'll go away again with a new identity. Nah, Wisdom Show. I know who you are. He'll probably try to lie and say that's not him, but like that is you. I didn't see you before, and I bet you he'll tell you if you ask him if he's from Florida, you're gonna say yeah. So I know exactly who he is, and I know exactly the claims that he be making. And matter of fact, I don't know if his channel is still up. I think he might have taken it down, but he used to have all kind of weird ass shit on there. Atlantis, Giants, just crazy shit, right? Then he was talking about Hebrews. Go ahead.
That's the Abos sauce pack.
He's talking about the Hebrew Israelites and Egypt and America. Just this whole channel is nuts. I said, bro, you just decided to combine all the pseudoisms in our community into one large salad. Nasty work. So yeah, his channel was gross. I went over and said, why you got all this trash on your channel? He said, y'all don't know how to do the research. Y'all don't be doing the right type of research.
That's what they all claim because we ain't we ain't riding with their narrative.
So I was like, bro, I said, man, this channel is nasty, bro. He said, we
don't know how
no,
to
I don't know everything, but I mean, I can't tell you who you are, but I ain't gonna tell you who you is either. You can't tell people who they are. You know what I'm saying? You be trying to tell everybody who they are, and I don't tell you who you are. I mean, have you found any African in your family? But I can't tell you.
You can't tell it because you stupid. We know you lying. I know you lying from the gate. Just like Absolutely yesterday. Knew you was lying from the gate. That shit sound entertaining until you start, you bring that shit out. Y'all gonna see.
That's why they hide their family trees and shit.
How you couldn't click on the hint on a live stream knowing, bro, like for real.
Well, the hint, them hits, right, is gonna give away. A lot of them hits gonna give away military records, birth records, right? Census records, like different types of records and stuff. Like sometimes places where you work and live.
That's evidence for existence.
Mm-hmm.
That
ain't gonna give, and he don't want that because then you gonna be able to see that he black.
Nah, we already found his granddaddy John Brown and all John Brown's children.
Yeah, I saw that.
All black on the census. They all black on the census.
Oh, look, but ain't none of these Abos. All these Abos know, but some of them are denial. Some of them are like some of these people are just conspiracy theorists as well, right? And some of them just like being contrarians as well. They're like, that sounds good, but some of them want to argue, but they don't really want to show. Why I got to show you all my stuff? We don't know what you're gonna do. Like these people are deceased. These people have been deceased for almost 200 years. Some of them have been deceased for 200 years. And why y'all trying to hide this? People in my family who have been deceased since the 19th century, I'm not afraid to show.
He should be proud.
Facts.
No matter what, he should be proud.
That's a fact. They survived. You know what I mean? They survived all that trauma, and you over there trying to hide it because you want to pretend like you are a Native American. And when y'all try to say they're not Native American, you try to claim some other Indian group that live amongst the Native Americans, or say the Native Americans came in later. Well, we can't. How come none of the scientists can ever find any of y'all niggas' bones or evidence of you niggas on this land? And when they do find evidence of black people on this land, when they test the genetics, it goes back to Africa, to West Africa. This is not even difficult. We know also those bones are recent, very recent. Why? There's really no argument. Really, everyone does this also because people do this for entertainment, but they also do it because they want to make sure that the young kids don't get caught up in y'all bullshit. And hopefully somebody will come across this live stream and they decide not to listen to you niggas. And actually decide to do some real research. Go ahead.
I was telling Lucky, he said, Kyle came back around. I said, nah. I said, because after I did that shit to him, he ain't been back since. I ain't seen him since I did the shit to him. When I pulled up the Spalding records and all that, you know what I'm saying? It showed him he was lying his ass off. And then all the people he was claiming that was this, that, and the third. So I walked his family down. He ain't been back since he got walked down. Excuse me.
Did his family go back to Florida?
I don't know.
Yeah, because his ass in Florida. His family's in Florida, bro.
I wasn't even worried about the census. I was worried about. I was just trying to find his people, and then when I found his people, he was like, "Them was his people." Then next thing you know, I started reading, and the motherfucker said slaves. If the conversation was over, I ain't give a damn what the census said.
Once it says slave, we already know they're African. That's the giveaway right there.
Yeah.
He's done. Because the Abos lie, they try to go around and say, yeah, we was owning all kind of land. Okay, what time period did your family own the land? You know what I mean? And what region were they owning land in? Because some of y'all be over there be lying.
Real. Let's just be real. What land are they owning?
Oh, them niggas don't be owning no land. They be lying.
I mean, they own the internet, bro. What land do they be owning?
None.
They ain't never got no land.
Nah. But it's my family owned land for thousands of years. You know, when I was on TikTok, man, I came across this Abo. This motherfucker had a family tree that went back to the year 400 AD. I like, nigga, you ain't got no family tree from 400 AD. 400 AD? He said, yeah, man, we got the oral records, brother. I said, nah, bro, that shit would be lost in the sauce. You ain't keeping no kind of records like that, bro. Nah, that shit ain't written down. You got verbal records from 400 AD. You know your entire family. Fuck out of here, nigga. And there was one lady she was cussing me out, and her shit went back to the year 900, right? She's like, yeah, we got this. Well, how you gonna say that shit fake? All that shit, once you start getting past, some black folks have family members that were here from the 1600s. Once you start getting past it, I don't believe nothing you say. I barely believe the shit from the 1600s. But when you start showing me shit,
it's real hard. It's hard pressed to provide documentation or evidence that would substantiate the 1600s because they wasn't documenting a cargo like that. You would have to have a shipping manifest and been able to locate the place where the bill of sale. If you can find bill of sales, you can do it. It's easier to find a bill of sale in the 18th and 19th century than it is in the 17th, 16th, and 17th century.
No, that's an absolute fact. That's why I said it would be rare, extremely rare, right?
Yeah.
For that to happen. Anybody who's claiming that, and matter of fact, there was one cat on Unk's channel that was a dude that was claiming that shit. His name was I think Dwan, right? He was over there claiming that he's found records from the 1640s and shit like that. He ain't found no Africans yet. I said, if you found records from the 1640s, you done found Africans.
Did the Abos say that though? They don't know they be fucking up when they be saying that.
I called Captain Miller and said, now you find some shit from the 1600s. I found 12 family members in the 1600s. Yeah. Still ain't found no African yet. Nigga, please. But 1640, you found people right off the ships. You got people right off the ships. You ain't you getting the Africans, actual Africans. He said, no, we got him. My uncle, I got a grandfather born in the 1640s. Go ahead.
No, I was talking about Ramon. Ramon said they own land, but online arguing about fake shit.
Facts. I saw that shit. I'm like, yeah, this is bullshit right there. I don't believe that at all.
It don't make no sense to lie about it, bro. Like,
I don't understand why they lie about their family training. Well, I said, man, y'all, I'm like, what are you trying to prove? Because I said, this is not going to help you in the reparations case whatsoever. So that's dead in the water. Once you try to claim this, and they say if you get Indian heritage, they're going to tell you to go check out one of them reservations. What tribe you belong to? You're going to say you don't belong to no tribe. What's that? Well, we can't help you.
Absolutely said he lived on a reservation, bro. He was trying to promote that shit. That motherfucker was a post office location. I can't believe that shit. That shit crazy. I can't get over that. I mean, you can't even, I done seen them try all kind of weird shit. You could always tell. No, I'm showing you something there. You got to show me something. Bro, you ain't showed us shit. What are you showing me DNA? The DNA ain't got nothing to do with ancestry. The whole time it's showing you my ancestry composition. You don't see that on the top of the screen where it says ancestry composition, but they ain't got nobody's name on it. You don't need nobody's name.
No, but here's the thing, Sean, right? So remember back in the day, first they just stopped and said, show me your African cousins. Show me your African cousins. You ain't about to know Africans or the DNA till you start showing kind of no Africans, then the narrative changed again. They said, wait a minute, y'all say we don't match no Africans. Now they done moved they moved the goalpost again.
That's why I wasn't playing by his rules. Cause he was bullshit. He was fucking lying, man. That's why they don't hit the link. But yeah, I ain't seen Kaiwa, bro, since I exposed his family members, bro. Being a slave. And that's why I read it like that on the stream. And then he kind of got up out of there all of a sudden. coincidentally.
It was the OTK. I can't believe, is OTK still around with I mean, it's like, bro, you in the con.
I don't know nothing about none of them guys. Them guys, I ain't gonna lie, I don't know nothing about them guys.
Smoke signal, man. I can't even listen to they live. It's just stupid. But that is funny that that clip where he said that his aunt be arguing with his aunt. His aunt, she graduated from the HBCU, like she went reading and learning and shit like that in the school, like she's smart. And she over there talking about we African American. Yeah, you are. Your aunt is right. You a dumbass.
It's the fact that he tried to challenge that shit.
Man, it's a sad game out here, man. Abos out here. There's really nowhere for y'all to go. Tariq Nasheed, I'm just gonna tell you, people like, oh, you gotta challenge Tariq. Tariq never gonna let you come up there and get off factual shit. He gonna start making fun of you. He gonna mute you. Then he gonna eventually gonna kick you off, and then he gonna make fun of you the whole time. He's not gonna allow anybody that knows real information to go up there and challenge ever. That's just not how it works for him. If he think that you about to make him look bad, you're gonna get kicked off, and then his fans gonna be over there cheering him and talking about how right he is and shit like that. I've seen him multiple times when he's been challenged by people who actually know what the fuck they're talking about, and that's where he starts going. No. He said Alexander Van Woothen. Woothen all said no. He's not making the claim that you making. Tariq tries to play games like what I notice about the FBAs and the Abos start with the FBAs do this. They try to blur the lines, right? This is the FBA game. They try to blur the lines between the out of Africa theory and the transatlantic slave trade. Well, everybody's from Africa. Well, of course we got African DNA. Everyone's from Africa. Nah, nigga. We out of Africa recent. We have a recent migration. How you gonna try to blend those two? People who migrated 50,000 years ago, difference between somebody 50,000 years ago and someone within the last 200 to 500 years is not the same thing. And they do it every time. And that's why I try to tell folks, listen to them. I'm telling you what they're doing. They're trying to blur the lines. They always play that game. They're like, okay, yeah, I'm not saying that I don't have no African ancestors. You wouldn't have any. If you migrated out 50,000 years ago, you don't have no African ancestors, or at least more recent African ancestors. You have none around today. You have no relatives today. You aren't related to none of them today. So 50,000 years ago, a lot of changes occurred during that time. The fact that you're trying to act like people migrating 200 to 500 years ago is the same thing as 50,000 years ago is crazy work.
Yeah, man. Not a coincidence was supposed to be live, bro. But it looked like he on the move, so I'm gonna shut this thing on down, man.
For sure.
Hopefully he pop back up later on and get to the bill. But yeah,
maybe he'll build. If not, maybe he'll build tomorrow. Yeah. I know you wanted to definitely build up on yesterday, right?
Nah, well, top it off, but we just got some other stuff to tend to.
But that's a case that I've been talking about. I want everybody to pay attention to what the FBA does, especially blurring the out of Africa theory and the transatlantic slave trade like there's no difference. If you have a conversation with them, they're not going to know the difference. I'm being dead ass serious. And they're running with this, and it's confusing a lot of people.
Yeah, man. Well, I'll catch you later.
For sure, man.
All right,
Keep
bro.
doing your thing.
Yeah, you too. All right, y'all. Appreciate everybody tapping in, man. Y'all gonna enjoy y'all Friday evening. I know it's turn up time. Peace out. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Like, share, subscribe.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the Abos slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
You got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.